Okay, here we are. Also, I forgot to mute my. I'm gonna need to mute my. What is it? Star rail here. Because I keep hearing Bronya noises. As much as I enjoy my Bronya noises, I'm gonna have to mute her real quick. Okay, there we go. Just noticed there's like a notes tab. Yeah, I noticed that too. This thing right here. I guess it's kind of cool that they add that just to help us keep track of like the lore. But is it good? How's it going, man? As well. I'll be watching the Star Rail live stream today. I'm not sure if I'm gonna restream it. I can if you guys want me to. Yeah, I guess for now, yeah, I'll try to restream it. Do my best React Andy impression. But yeah, if you guys are hanging out if you guys are like awake at that point, if you guys want to watch the stream on your own, I guess stop by my stream again to catch my live React Andy. No way. But yes, I will at the very least watch it on my own. But yeah, maybe I'll do some React Andy streams to it. Or do a React Andy stream to it. Was that always there? I don't think the notes tab was there during part 1. I think it showed up starting with part 2. But could be wrong, so not sure. Notes tab is hard to see. I mean, it's not really hard to see. It's like up near the terminal button, so. Anyways, let's get started. See if since we're starting Audiobook Simulator a lot earlier than I usually would, let's see how far I can push into it, or how many chapters we can read here. Oh, we're back at the Nautilus back at the ship. Extra from the deck. Da Vinci's Typhon is back. That's how I pronounce it. Thanks, Marine. Let Typhon rest up in your cage until we're done writing our response. Scans for hazardous substances and contaminants are clear. It's a report from Da Vinci. Direct music, Holmes, if you would. Very well. Let's take a look. I see. Oh, fascinating. Heads of the fairy clans, calamities, a mysterious fairy horse who goes by Redra Bit. Yes, this report has proven to be yet another scintillating array of tidbits. Care to read it yourself, Goldorf?
Yes, of course. I am Chaldea's director after all. It's my job to stay abreast of all our latest developments. If you'll all pipe down, Captain, Marines, and Parafo, I'll read it out loud so you can all follow along. Alright, to start off, let's go over what we know about Fairy Britain thus far. Fairy Britain, aka the 6th Lost Belt, is a dangerous place where no electronic devices can function. Tuhu, Chaldea's resident master and special investigations officer, here her exclusive servant, Mash Curelight, and our technical advisor, Leonardo da Vinci, and Tristan, a servant who was summoned out of nowhere, all set foot on Britain together. However, upon entering the Fey domain known as the Nameless Woods, they forgot their own names and memories and ended up separated. Tuhu awoke in the village of Cornwall, where she made contact with a local fairy, Artoria Castor, who would come to aid Chaldea in our mission. Thanks to her and Tristan, Tuhu escaped from the Nameless Woods, where she then met another collaborator by the name of Oberon, the Fairy King, and began her investigation in earnest. After reuniting with Da Vinci, Tuhu began gathering information on Fairy Britain with a focus on anything that might lead her to Mash Curelight. This Lost Belt's king is Morgan, a fairy who has been ruling for the past 2,000 years. The fairies who populate it are divided into 6 clans, and they also control the human population. There are creatures known as Moors, who are the fairies' natural predators. There are also Tamlin, fairy knights who possess the names of heroic spirits from proper human history, another typo. There are also calamities that occur every 100 years, and great calamities that occur every 1,000. And there is a figure called the Child of Prophecy, who is said to be the one who will defeat Morgan. After undertaking a pilgrimage to ring 6 bells kept by each heads of the 6 clans, she will then go on to defeat Morgan and become the true King of Britain. Naturally, as you can imagine, Tu would never let her do something like that on her own. So she proposed a partnership with Artoria Castor without even waiting for my orders. So now we are obliged to lend the Child of Prophecy our full support in order to defeat our common enemy, Morgan. In the time since our last report, Tuhu's team met with Aurora, the head of the Wind Clan, had a run-in with Tamlin Gawain at a ranch for keeping humans. Fought Tamlin Tristan at an auction house where they also rescued Senji Muramasa, a servant disciple of the foreign god, met with Murian, the head of the Wind Clan, encountered Koyanskaya in yet another new outfit, and had another local fairy by the name of Gareth and a mysterious fey horse named Ridgerbit join their team. After a series of adventures, including a battle against the Drakai in the River of Tears, Tuhu's team finally arrived in the city of Norwich. There, who should they encounter but Mash Curelight, whom the local fairies believe to be the Child of Prophecy. No matter how many times I reread this part, it still doesn't make sense to me. How did Curelight come to be known as the Child of Prophecy anyway? And what in the world is a habitat? If this report could respond to questions. But since it can't, we'll just have to use our imaginations to fill in the gaps. I'm guessing Curelight had her own fair share of troubles after escaping the nameless woods. At one point, she probably ended up saving some people, fairies, up in the northern part of Britain, which probably led to them to regard her as a hero. At any rate, the report also says that Tuhu's team made contact with the Cryptopepperon Sino, who had been laying low in Norwich. After numerous mishaps, the calamity of Norwich finally happened. Fortunately, with Chaldea's help, the Child of Prophecy was able to defeat this calamity. However, shortly after Mash Curelight had finally been reunited with Tuhu, she was whisked away to parts unknown by a mysterious phenomenon, separating her from Tuhu once again. But there's no time to grieve this unfortunate turn of events. I'm certain Tuhu would agree. For you see, in a surprising turn of events, she and Artoria were invited to Camelot, home of King Arthur in proper human history, and the location of the evil castle in fairy Britain, by High Queen Morgan herself. The very Morgan who possesses Rongominiad, a powerful spell that could be used to fight the foreign god, and one of our main objectives in coming to this lost spell in the first place. Now Tuhu, Da Vinci, Artoria, Gareth, Muramasa, and Habicat have accepted Morgan's invitation and are setting out for Camelot first thing tomorrow. And that's all she wrote. Now, do you all feel sufficiently caught up? And everyone cheers. Yeah, we got most of that. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna head back to our posts now. Sounds like things are pretty crazy out there. Again, I hope Mash is okay. Not to worry. Da Vinci's report was quite upbeat, so if nothing else, we can be certain that Mash is safe. The real problem is this water mirror spell of Morgan's. According to the data enclosed with the report, it would seem that. So those dark clouds over the city of Norwich weren't a calamity pool, but one of Morgan's spells. It's hard to believe she was able to remotely control such a powerful spell from over 100 kilometers away. Between this water mirror and Rongominiad, it's clear she's a powerful enemy on par with any of the other Lost Belt kings we've seen. I'm afraid I don't know much about Morgan's legend. Could I ask you to fill me in? I only know her story from proper human history, but if you'll settle for that, then sure. Alright, let's start with her general background. According to British myth, she is, quote, the good fairy of the lake, end quote. And in the legend of King Arthur, she's depicted as an evil witch bent on destroying him. Morgan was the child of the Duke of Tintagel and Lady Igraine, I don't know how to say that, and later became King Arthur's half-sister after her mother married King Uther. But despite their family ties, she grew jealous of him and began plotting all sorts of wickedness to make his life miserable.
Some of her more notable misdeeds include stealing the sacred sword's scabbard and seducing Lancelot, but the worst thing she did was trick King Arthur into impregnating her with Mordred, who she later sent to join the Round Table. Yes, Merlin the Cockwizard. There were a lot of factors leading to the downfall of King Arthur's kingdom, but Morgan's definitely the one who tipped it over the edge. Paradoxically, there are also some who believe another side of Morgan was devoted to protecting King Arthur. The free dick estate. Somebody know a comp that can do 13 buster farming with 1 coin Skya? 1 coin Skya? At that point, you are looking at using Saber, pretty much. Yeah. You're looking at using Saber, and then Waver or somebody. Yeah, Waver, and then either Waver, so any 50% charger, and then Atlas Academy. I think that's the only one. I think that's the only one, yeah. And you're forced to bring I'm pretty sure you're forced to bring, what is it? Atlas Academy, and that's even if it works. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Because yeah, Buster reloading in FGO hinges on your being able to reduce your DPS's cooldowns to the point where they get their battery again. So if you don't have another coin in Skya, you have to take Atlas Academy, and it has to be on a character. It has to be on a DPS where their battery skill comes back fast enough. And I think the only one who applies for that is what, Saber? Emiya also works, does he? Oh yeah, that's right, because he can technically arts loop. Yeah, he can arts loop on the first wave, and then you switch him over to Buster again, or you switch his MP to arts the first turn, and he reverts back to Buster, so you can go Coin Sky again. Yeah, Emiya probably works. Yeah. Your only Buster farmer is Morgan, then yeah, you're kind of shit out of luck then, if you only have 1 Coin Sky. Maybe if you start off the fight with like Arash, maybe, and have Arash clear wave 1, maybe. Morgan won't be reloading herself 3 times in a row, but if you can clear first wave of Arash, then you should be fine. Just roll Oberon and then it can work. Yeah, probably. Yeah, just need to wait another week or so. Anyways, moving on. Problem is turn 2 with Morgan, yeah, with her not having enough attack buffs. I mean, at the very least, she'll have a Buster buff from Koya Skya. Those theories claim that Morgan and Vivian, the Lady of the Lake who gave King Arthur the sacred sword and protected him in death, are in fact the same person. Sounds like her lust for power led her to become a femme fatale who ruined an entire nation. Hey Jay Shadow, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 30-month resub. Welcome back. So what's the Magecraft's world's consensus on her, or consensus on her? There must be more to her story than what's commonly known.
Indeed there is. I went through our database myself after receiving our technical advisor's first report. There was one bombshell right at the gate, and it relates to her birth. It turns out Morgan was actually not the Duke of Tintagle's daughter. That was only a pretense. She was actually the child of Lady Igraine and King Uther, the rightful king of Britain. More stunning still, Morgan was never actually human. Instead, she was a fey child, the offspring of the Isle of Britain, just like Vortigern, the cowardly king. But apparently, Morgan kept that fact secret and pretended to be merely a normal human child. Still, with King Uther as her father and in the absence of a rightful heir, she would have been the next in line for the throne. But then, a rightful heir did appear. Once Artoria, King Arthur that is, was accepted by the Sacred Sword and unified the Lords of Britain under her leadership, Morgan stopped hiding her mystics, that is, the power of her fey nature, and started poisoning Camelot every chance she could. She told herself Artoria is nothing more than a human king, made so by other humans. I am Britain's true king. I alone deserve to inherit its mystics. This conviction of hers grew to the point where she eventually came to despise her father, King Uther, and her sister, Artoria, and every human who refused to obey her. It was a major factor in her decision to try to destroy Britain. Why did King Arthur's once noble older sister Morgan become Camelot's greatest enemy in her later years? Apparently, that's the answer.
Yep. Even after she had settled in as the Queen of Orkney, she still plotted Camelot's downfall from afar. 4 of the Knights of the Round Table, Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, and Agravain, were Morgan's children. Mordred was, well, I don't know if I should say this without them here, but some experts think that they were actually a homunculus. Think that they were actually a homunculus that Morgan created, or maybe even a clone of King Arthur. Particulars like that aside, it sounds pretty clear that she was an enemy of King Arthur, and a witch who tried to destroy all of Britain. So, what about the supposed side of her that was focused on keeping King Arthur safe? An excellent question, Captain. There are numerous Arthurian legends, and each of them describes Morgan differently. One claims she was King Arthur's noble sister. Another claims that she was Lady of the Lake. Yet another claims she had been a goddess of Britain since ancient times. Needless to say, each claim would seem to rule the others out as a possibility. Common sense would dictate that one of these theories is correct, while the others refer to someone else entirely. But I believe that they are, in fact, all true, and that Morgan was possessed of 3 aspects. Given that she was born under supernatural circumstances, I surmise that her human side, her fairy side, and the part of her that was Britain's own avatar all existed simultaneously. But as these parts of herself are essentially irreconcilable within a single entity, I suspect each of these aspects became an independent being. One was her human side, Artorias' kind older sister Morgan. Another was her fairy side, Vivienne, the Lady of the Lake. And the third was the avatar Britain, Morgan Le Fay. If we assume that to be the case, everything makes sense. The Knights of the Round Table, then, did not bring her to justice because she was both good and evil. Now I see. Okay, I guess I'm convinced now. But hang on, isn't Vivienne another name for Nimue, the fairy who imprisoned Merlin? Nimue? Numi? What is she doing in here? Yes, it is. Morgan is both King Arthur's rival and Merlin's greatest enemy. Though Merlin was the one who taught Vivienne magecraft, her infatuation with him eventually led to her despising him and ultimately sealing him away. Good. To do so, she employed a great bounded field, in the form of a sarcophagus spell, inscribed with the words, "Only those free of sin may pass." As an incubus, not even Merlin could escape it. It was a spell from the Age of Gods known as Garden, which could only be used by the avatar of the mystic. While it's still unclear how much this lost spell's Morgan has in common with Morgan from proper human history, it would seem prudent to assume that she has more weapons at her disposal than Rongominiad alone. First it's the Lion King in Jerusalem, now it's Morgan and Fairy Britain, huh? I swear, why are we always getting mixed up with Arthurian legends? I mean, I can understand it in this case since we're in Britain now and all, but still. I mean, what are we gonna do if Albion shows up next? I don't even think the Stormborder would have a chance. Albion? That is what this isle was known as in ancient times, before it came to be called Britain. Though of course, that name also refers to something else in the magecraft world. There it refers to the last pure-blooded dragon, Albion.
an extinct phantasma who remained on the Isle of Britain even as the Age of Gods came to an end. The creatures we call dragons today are simply animals who happen to acquire some of the dragon genes left behind by the dragonkin who went over to the reverse side of the world, and ended up adopting the dragon's way of life while preserving their own. With the exception of Albion's corpse, not a single pure-blooded dragon is left on this entire planet. Yeah. Yes, that is what they say in the clock tower, isn't it? Quite a romantic notion at that. But that is all that is. An Albion is one but in a long list of fairy tales. More importantly, it's now been 28 days since we began this mission. Thanks to the concentrated fruit instances our technical advisor has been sending along with the reports, we now have magical energy to spare, which would let us remain here past our initial 50-day estimate. Perhaps we should advise them to stop by the border.
True. Maybe we should. Ideally, I was hoping to complete this mission within 30 days, but that's clearly not going to happen. That said, we still don't know exactly when the collapse is going to begin, so we shouldn't be too quick to change our time limit. If we stick to our initial plan, we still have 17 days left to complete the mission. Do you think Two's team can pull that off in that time frame, Holmes? Well, according to Da Vinci's report, it would seem the circumstances are all nearly all in place. If their meeting with High Queen Morgan ends peacefully, and she proves willing to share information about Rogomeniad with them, they can then devote the rest of their time to investigating the collapse. And if it doesn't end peacefully? Now that Chaldea has thrown their lot in with the Child of Prophecy, war is all but inevitable. We already know the extent of Fairy Britain's military power. If Autoria is able to complete her pilgrimage and muster a significant anti-Queen force, the battle for Camelot will be decided in a single day. I suspect that battle will take place in 16 days at the earliest, just barely within our deadline. Alright, back to Norwich. Alright, the true beginning of part 2. I can hear people singing the Child of Prophecy song in the streets. I shall speak now of a future, of the end of the Isle of Mystics, which came to be known as Fairyland. Let the innocent return. Here stands the Queen's unknowable castle. It falls, like rain, like ash. It vanishes like snow, like lies. Is this like a London Bridge is falling down? Our desires languish, deferred. Even now we dance in the palm of the Queen's hand. We require now only a little more patience. After 2,000 years, the dawn shall bring the child who will be our salvation. She shall be the child who saves the world, who binds both peoples together. Even if her light begins as but an ember, even should no one see it, she will become a flame to draw moths. A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. Chosen by the staff of selection, the Savior, guarded by travelers from afar, shall reach the throne. The true king shall arrive at the throne. Accept now this bloodied crown. Ring, ring like raging thunder, like weeping flame. Let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing. Blaze the path of the true king. Ere the red calamity catches us, ere the black calamity devours us. Indolent and derelict though we may be, we are the scions of the free Fae. Never have we wished for anything, but we still desire a shining future. There's no... well, there's Da Vinci now. There's no mention of Norwich being destroyed in that song. So why did Oberon say there was nothing anyone could do to stop its destruction? I wonder, does he know more of this song than everyone else? Now we are beginning to be sus. Now we realize Oberon is sus. Oberon sus? Are you sus? I do, as a matter of fact. The prophecy actually has 18 verses in total. Most fairies are only familiar with the 14 we just heard, but there are actually 4 more. I knew it. Why didn't you tell us this sooner, Oberon? I just forgot to mention it, okay? I'm sorry. Can we just please drop it? You're right, but I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie either. It's hard on me. All right, I'll tell you. These are the 4 other verses of the prophecy, at least as I heard them. Verse 8.5: the harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. Verse 9.5: the round fortress shall burn, and a bell of water shall appear. Verse 10.5: confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine. And verse 12.5: having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home. As you can see, these verses are a lot more ominous. That and the fact that they're not very precise for a prophecy might be why they were excised. Case in point, verse 8.5: the harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into distant sky. The harbor is obviously Norwich, and the empty shore part must mean the city was going to be wiped off the coast. So I was steeling myself to lose Norwich even if we were able to repel the calamity, but, well, Norwich didn't fall. Is it because another child of prophecy appeared? Could be. This basically proves that not even Einzel's prophecies are perfect, even especially for these 4 verses. So I've decided I'm just not going to worry about them anymore. Now, on a more important note, you guys need to get going soon. Between Artoria, Gareth, Muramasa, and Habitrot, I think you should all be safe without me. So I hope you don't mind if I go off on my own again. The MC is the first to catch on to Oberon being sus. Partly, yes, but I also just really want to give Spriggan his comeuppance. So I thought I'd stay here and work with the Count to knock him down a peg or two, until he hits rock bottom. Besides, we could have been reunited with Mash much sooner if he hadn't insisted on keeping the child of prophecy in his castle. Don't you think he deserves at least a little punishment for that? Oh no, the wallet punch. No, not the wallet punch. Also, Sid Zegon out. Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 9-month resub. Welcome back. Just leave it to me. Bloodshed may not be the Fairy King's style, but I can definitely bleed him dry financially. Let me guess. Oberon's going off on his own again, right? I had a feeling he might. Gotcha. Well, I guess we don't have to all stick together all the time. It's not like he's much help in combat. I'm sure Oberon will be fine on his own, but how come Ritra isn't here either? He's staying behind too. Technically, he's still Aurora's retainer after all. And it wouldn't be good for her if he were to be seen with us right now. So I'm gonna have him stay here with Oberon and bring the carriage if we need it. I see. That makes sense. But you there, the pink fairy, Habitrot, right? Are you coming with us too? I mean, the way to Camelot is probably pretty dangerous, so. Oh, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Just think of me as a spectator along for the ride. In fact, you should probably be more worried about yourself than me, Gareth. I'm the irreplaceable healer every party needs in combat, and I'm probably stronger than you too. Don't worry, Tuhu. I'm not gonna let you die before you and Mash are reunited. So feel free to wade into battle all you like. All you like. As long as you don't die, I can patch you up with my magic needle no matter what horrific injuries you sustain. Nightingale? Now that's a nice fairy name. So you already know a nurse as cute as me, huh? Quiet, everyone. Here comes the Queen's troops from the main gate. I apologize for our 10-minute delay. I am Tanlin Gawain, and these are 30 members of the 1st Royal Knight Moors Extermination Brigade. We are the ones who will be providing you, honored guests of Camelot, with safe passage. He's gonna be punching my wallet next week. Yeah, true. True. We would appreciate your cooperation as well. Being aware that you are being escorted can make life much easier for the soldiers escorting you, after all. We have readied a carriage for the Child of Prophecy and the foreign mage. Your retainers will need to walk. I trust that is all right. You. Let's see. You're that scoundrel who tried to assassinate the High Queen. How are you still alive? I saw you fall into the pit. Oh, yeah. Oh, that? Yeah, Lancelot handed me my ass and tossed me right into the pit, all right. But unfortunately for you, I managed to survive, and now I'm the Child of Prophecy's bodyguard. Next time you see Lancelot, tell her not to take her eyes off a servant until their spirit origin is completely gone. What should we do, Lady Gawain? Are we really okay letting this man back into Camelot? What if he tries to assassinate the queen again? It's alright. If he does, he won't have the element of surprise anymore. I can take him myself at that point. Especially now that the queen has assured me not to worry if combat damages or destroys the castle. Yeah, hey, that's great. You barely fit into the place anyway. Should help you move around better. Next time we fight, I'd rather it be just head-to-head without either of us holding anything back. Yeah. Here's the tissue. Ugh. I guess the Child of Prophecy has something of an eye for talent after all. Let me go get another bottle of water because my voice is acting up again. However much her other retainers suggest otherwise. Fine. You there. Make room in one of our carts for our guests. The servants can ride with the foreign mage. Treating those two as honored guests, at least until we reach a castle, will help us all move faster. Yes, my lady. Right away. We'll be taking the western road to Camelot, spend one night at Oxford along the way. We'll then take a detour around the pit towards Camelot. For the next 2 days, our fates shall be intertwined. We will not turn our swords on each other, regardless of what may happen. Do you agree to that, foreign mage? Good. Let us be off. Soldiers, do not let your guard down simply because this is an escort mission. The Calamity's destruction has led to more Moors toxin spreading far and wide across Britain. Eliminate any Moors you come across immediately upon discovery. Yeah, there goes my voice again. And that's how you know I can never become a voice actor. I don't want to hear even a peep of discomfort from our guests. Oh, that was actually a pretty short chapter. Surely the rest of the chapters will be as short, right? Smile, clueless. Surely. Well, that's a relief. This carriage rides just as smooth as Reacher bits. By the way, Tuhu, are you really ready for this? Well, yeah. What else? Oh man, you're not ruffled at all, are you? I bet you've already been through lots of meetings like this, huh? It's not that, Artoria. Tuhu is just as nervous as you are. She's just had enough experience with situations like this to understand the value of staying calm. Masters need to give orders to and watch out for their servants, after all. So while Tuhu might not be able to fight on the front line herself, she's very good at keeping cool under pressure. Really? So you've met a lot of other kings, then? Smile. By the way, I heard something interesting about Tamlin Gawain back in Norwich. Apparently she was the first fairy to be made Tamlin during the era of the High Queen. about 200 years ago, during the year 1800 of the era of the High Queen, there was a huge outbreak of caterpillar moors in central Britain. That calamity later came to be known as the Caterpillar War, and it was Gawain who put a stop to it. So while it might have not been, while it might not have been like the calamity we got rid of in Norwich, she still resolved the calamity just like Artoria did, and that's what led to the Queen recognizing her skill. No, nothing. But I mean, Gawain could do what surprise me, or make me respect her. That said, I guess this means Morgan's not the only fairy to have dispelled the calamity. Then, I guess this means I'm even less special than I thought. Oh man, now I'm even more nervous. Oh crap! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you even more nervous. And hey, from what I heard, the Caterpillar War wasn't all that big of a calamity. I mean, the one at Norwich was a once-in-a-millennium great calamity, so it had to be smaller than that. Don't forget, we saved an entire city. You have every right to be proud about that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Mash and Two, who might have done most of the heavy lifting, but I definitely still contributed, and when it comes to defeating Moors, I can hold my own against any Tamlet. More smoke spotted nearby, incoming from 3, 7, and 11 o'clock. Lightning soldiers, prepare your mystic codes. Guards, get into your formations. 2. Right, I'm gonna make her see me in a new light. If you're out here, I assume you have no intention of sitting back and letting us do all the fighting. Very well, I would welcome your aid. There are a lot of Moors here. I would prefer to avoid casualties. Follow me, Child of Prophecy, and Foreign Mage. Make sure you stay close to me. Wow, we're fighting alongside Bargist. Wow. Wow. Up to what? What did that say? Wow, we get to use Bargist. Oh, that's funny. We can still bring, who is it? We can still bring, Mash in here with us. Who can you bring here? Actually, we can bring a 5-star, just to, Bond Farm. So, we will bring, yeah, Miss Crane. Jalter buff is up. Oh, as part of our rank ups? Cool. Gotcha. I'm back, Moors, and this time I've got backup. Or my Morgan has backup. Prepare to die. Prepare to die. Out of AP due to bullet farming. Big Moors.
人間の火力ではどうあっても私には及びません。おとなしく我が社に入いいね。我が軍門に下。
Let's see. Oh, did we get one small bell from that? I didn't pay attention. I think we only got one small bell from that, I think. There are still 10 large Moors to contend with. No, more are still coming. We can't handle this many. Those of you without iron weaponry, stand back. Do not engage. Just lure them to one spot so I can burn them all at once. We're trying, but these Moors aren't falling for the decoy. It's almost like they're here for something else this time. Something else? Could it be they're after the child of prophecy? You. No need to thank me. We're all fighting the same battle here. Now, what are you gonna do about this? Any seasoned general like you ought to know when it's time to retreat. I hate to admit it, but he's right. I could either abandon the carts and have my soldiers retreat, or I could have the guests go on ahead. No, I am a Tamlin. Retreating from Moors is not an option. But they refuse to cluster in any one spot, so they're clearly being wary of my Galatine. They just destroyed the rearmost cart. What do we do, Happy Cat? Oh man, what good's having a Tamlin around if we still have to fight ourselves? She sucks at this. Why don't you give massive amounts of literally unbridled firepower to someone who's already crap at holding back? Oh well, what's done is done. No use complaining about it now. I may not be much like fighting, but walking all the way to Camelot would be way worse. Come on, Gareth. Let's go take out the little Moors and leave the big ones to Tamlin. Okay. I'll do my best. I've gotten more used to fighting Moors, so... Happy Cat? Are you seeing this blue streak of light? It's heading straight for us from Camelot. That's the same light I saw at Sheffield. Forget eliminating all of them. Retreat. Keep the carriage in the first cart and abandon the rest. Hurry. Lightning soldiers, defend the guests. Royal guard, retrieve the luggage from the other carts. I'll keep the Moors occupied until... What are you doing here, Lancelot? I didn't ask for your help. Well, I didn't think you would need my help either, but the High Queen commanded me to come. Hostiles detected. Eliminating. Stand back, Owain. Taking out individual targets is my area. I just realized now that, who is it? Melusine's in Melusine's default art, she actually has her hand outstretched, her right hand outstretched outwards. I literally never noticed that until just now. At least for her first ascension. I don't think she has that in her second ascension. I guess she kind of does. Now, she has her hand, like, inwards a little bit, so I guess it's not as noticeable. But I've literally never noticed that first ascension Melusine, she has her hand outstretched, her right hand, like, stretched out like that. Let's see. Okay, we can only use, who is it? Melusine here. Let's see. I guess for this we'll just bring default. Oh, how convenient. Hey, look, why doesn't she have her third skill? Hey, chat, why doesn't she have her third skill? I guess she just doesn't have a third skill, huh? Maybe I should have saved that for next turn, but oh well. Oh, she has no voice lines here? That's surprising. I guess for some spoilers, for spoilers' sake. 10% and 20% crits, easy. Random voice line bug? Nah. Like I've never seen a bug like this before, where a server just straight up doesn't even talk when they're supposed to. Yeah, I played this and she had no voice either. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I'm assuming this is intentional. Kind of weird why though, considering like she has lines, right? She talks in the actual story, so why not just let her like where is her voice anyway? Like where is her voice? It's another small bell. All the small bells. Gimme. All the moors have been destroyed. Brilliant work, Lady Lancelot. So this is what they mean when they call you the undefeated dragon fairy, the most beautiful Tamlin in all of Britain. I still can't believe you took out so many of those large moors so easily. There, I eliminated the moors just like the High Queen told me to. I'll let you handle the escort from here, Gawain. No, my bells. VTOL Lancelot, or VTOL Melusine. Huh. As if you were even capable of handling an escort mission. Don't just stand there, you fools. Start fixing the wrecked cart. If this is the best you lot can do on the first day of this mission, I shudder to think how you'll fare in the days ahead, and you can forget about resting in Oxford. I want a report from each and every one of you later on how this situation could have been prevented. Yes, my lady. My deepest apologies, Lady Gawain. Pathetic. And I would have thought all of you together would have been able to defeat at least one or two of the large moors. I suppose it just goes to show how overly reliant you become on us Tamlin. It seems I'll need to restart re-educating the fairy soldiers like I'm doing with the humans. Oh, my apologies. I appreciate your help, but, sorry again. I never did ask for your name, did I? I wasn't authorized to do so. But now that you have aided us in a dangerous predicament, that is no excuse. I am Gawain. What is your name, foreign mage? Well met, too. I appreciate your obvious hostility towards me. You've got spirit. I like that, since we'll be enemies later, of course. Alright, let's get this escort mission back on track. Oh, and I advise you to watch what you say in the carriage. I could easily overhear you, depending on which way the wind is blowing. Well, shit. Man, I thought we were gonna be put up in a nice inn in Oxford. Can't believe we're camping out again. All right, if we can't have nice accommodations, at least we can still have nice food. I'm sorry we don't have enough to share with the royal guards, but I say we have the cakes the Count gave us now. I say we have the cakes the Count gave us now. Oh, it looks like mine's called a cheesecake. What's yours called, Artoria? Mine says Swiss roll. Oh wow, it's shaped like a log. That should make it much easier to eat. That's so thoughtful of the Count. You proper human history people are also considerate. But yeah, why not? Sweet yam yokon? How the hell did he manage to make this here? Some tea would go real nice with this. I think I'll go down to that river and fetch some water. Yum, 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 yum. What was this called again? Chiffon cake or whatever? So this is what happiness itself tastes like. I had no idea they had so many kinds of sweets these days. Oh yeah, it seems even Fairy Britain has been developing a bunch of cake recipes. Back in Salisbury, I heard about Woodrow's restaurant chain in the south, and Edinburgh's gourmet desserts in the north. But it sounds like cheesecake's the one kind I never caught on. I wonder why. Really? But it's so yummy. It does make me. It does make me a little thirsty though. Nom 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 nom. It's because a big shot up north absolutely despises cheesecake. She always says cheese has no place in dessert, and that it has to be like chocolate or nothing. Though of course, for fairies from the south like me, chocolate is such a luxury. I don't even know what it tastes like. It costs so many more pounds that low-level fairies like me can basically never afford it. What is it, too? Everyone's like, huh? Are you fucking out of your mind? I don't usually care for sweets. If I'm gonna eat something cooked, I'd rather have meat. So, no, I won't accept that. But I can see you have something to discuss. Go on then, have a seat. You want to talk to me about Lancelot, right? Very well then. Ask me anything you wish. I see. You're trying to figure out my true name. Pointless, but I can at least respect your willingness to try anything you can. Come to think of it, I still haven't properly thanked you for your help earlier today, have I? Come, sit. If you wish to talk, I can indulge you for a short while at least. I manifested in Britain 400 years ago. I was meant to be the next generation, the successor of an upper-class Fang clan fairy in Norwich, except I didn't look anything like my predecessor. Even though I'm a Fang clan fairy, I was born resembling a Wind clan one. No, if anything, I looked like a human. Some suspected I might be a changeling. Others said I was a curse from the battle against the Moors that took place 600 years ago. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I don't know the truth, and I don't care either. I earned the honor of becoming a Tamlin when I ended the Caterpillar War. Up until that point, the title of Tamlin had been sealed away for all 1800 years of the High Queen's reign. In case you don't know, the Tamlin title originally belonged to the Retainers of Ash, who was said to be Britain's savior in the Fey era. The first Tam was called... I'm sorry, I actually can't remember their name. At any rate, they met their end in Orkney. After that, the Queen forbade the naming of more Tamlin. But she did decide to revoke her own seal to exterminate the endlessly spawning caterpillars. Thus, I was gifted the name of Sir Gawain, which is said to be the name of a knight of the Round Table of a foreign land, and gained the means to strengthen my horn. My Galatine, I believe you call it a noble phantasm. While I'm confident it is every bit the equal of Sir Gawain's original, I'm just as confident that I can't hold a candle to the real Sir Gawain, the Knight of the Round Table from proper human history. But never mind, I shouldn't be talking about the Round Table. I'm told it's creepy when I do so, for some reason. Let's see, what else can we talk about? Oh, I know, let's talk about the war against the Moors. This war took place a millennium ago, along with one of the great calamities during the 1000th year of the era of the High Queen. It was a time when the Moors had a king and an army, in fact, and waged war against the High Queen and 5 of the 6 clans. Apparently this king was something of an odd duck. He never attacked fairies or killed humans. All he cared for was fire and lightning. He would gleefully destroy anything, and then only for the joy of watching it burn. He reduced cities and forests to cinders, razed the ground before him, and summoned rain clouds just to hear their thunder. Some fairies called him the Storm King, at least until the High Queen forbade anyone else from speaking that name. The war against the Moors King lasted for decades, until finally the Fang clan brought it to an end. Woodrow's, a fairy who had recently succeeded the previous head of the Fang clan at the time, was the one who dealt the final blow. And so, the Great Calamity, the king of the Moors who feasted on magical energy, was defeated before the Fang clan. However, it said that with his dying breath, the king cast a curse upon the Fang clan. The fairy-eating black dogs. It was only after the king of the Moors vanished that the black dogs began to roam fairy Britain. However, they also eat Moors, so they're not just harmful. There are even some squads who train black dogs and use them in Moors hunts. Mine is one of them, in fact. Have you ever heard of the epithet, the Black Dog Duchess? It refers to me. Even now that I've become a Tamlin, I'm still called a Black Dog. I don't blame them, though. After all, I eat everything, including fairies and humans. Oh, now you're scared of me? So you had no idea what you were trying to get information out of a... So you had no idea you were trying to get information out of a woman feared throughout Fairy Britain as a monster? Well, worry not, I would never eat you. I only consume the strong. I'm unusual for a fairy. What I eat makes me stronger. In fact, I can inherit any unusual powers or abilities the fairies I eat may possess, though with limits on capacity and compatibility. And right now, I'm still full on foul weather, the great Earth Clan fairy. I needed his sacrament for the Caterpillar War. It was crucial. But he had holed up in his fortress in Cornwall and refused to come out. So I challenged him to a duel, defeated him, and devoured him. Alright, I think that's enough time spent relaxing after dinner. Go back to your camp now. I'm used to talking with humans. In fact, my current husband is human. Well, I say he's my husband, but he's neither a romantic partner nor a future meal. He's just a... phrasing! He's just the guest I'm putting up with in my mansion while he recuperates. Still... You do remind me of him, in both your lack of fear and your innocent curiosity. Alright, back to your camp now. My soldiers and I will take turns keeping watch. Don't stay up too late. We'll be setting out early tomorrow morning. Husband? Does that mean Camelot is just an entire chapter of NTR? Is this just NTR the Lost Belt? Made it to audiobook time. Yeah, we started like a decent while ago, at least like half an hour ago, but yeah, you should be catching like the majority of it at least. Forgive us, no more prayers, close your eyes. There's not much fun time left, the veil has fallen, extinguish the light. Today is ending, farewell, this day too will end forever. Forgive us our sins. It's too late to do anything now but to make sure everything is cleaned up. It's the voices, chat. Schizo. The voices. The voices. The voices. All right, give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. Two days after leaving Norwich, day 30 in Fairy Britain. I've never seen it from the other side of the pit before. It's definitely impressive, isn't it? So that part we were seeing from Oxford must have only been the back of the castle. I thought it looked more like a wall than a castle, but now it looks more properly royal. It's got one urban area around the main gate and another one inside the ramparts. I'm guessing that's to separate the general populace from the upper crust. Don't let the gate fool you. The side facing the pit is actually the castle's front. Really? Really? So that big fancy gate is actually the back gate? Oh no, that's the main gate. Sorry for confusing you, Gareth. There's no way into the castle from the pit. You gotta go through the gate to get inside. Well, what about fairies who can fly? Couldn't they just zip inside? Nah, it ain't that simple. There's a magecraft barrier around the front of the castle, the side facing the pit, that is. If you ever fall into there, if you ever fall in there yourself, you'll see there's a ton of gun ports all along Camelot's walls, and you don't usually put cannons behind a castle, right? So we can be pretty sure the side facing the pits, facing the pits, the front. Two. Gawain's glaring at something up north. Whatever it is, she's obviously upset about it. You're friends now, right? Go on. Ask her what it is. What is it, Tuhu? Are you suddenly having second thoughts about entering Camelot? It's not that. You're wondering what's got me so upset. Can't you see for yourself? That's Knocknaria's army up north. Knocknaria? Where? I don't see her anywhere. Ah, right. You're too short, aren't you? What a shame. Well, no matter. It's not of your concern anyway. Are you kidding? Of course it is. Muramasa, can you build us a watchtower or something? Anything that'll let me and Tuhu see what's going on? Whoa there. Hang on. Before you go through all that trouble, how about just using one of my handy dandy gadgets first? Here, a spyglass. This will let you see at least as far as Gawain can. Also, hey, Musaki, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for the 16-month resub. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate the support. And yeah, hopefully hope you had a good week, and hopefully you're looking forward to the weekend. And also, just letting you know now, but I'm doing Audiobook Simulator right now, so I'm reading through Lost Belt 6 Part 2, so we are well into spoiler territory. So yeah, just in case you, care about spoilers, or you're reading through the story yourself, but for some reason you haven't, gotten up to this point yet yourself. Just a word of caution, real quick. Okay. You're fine with it? Okay. Thanks for hanging out, man. Same to you, brother. Thanks, man. Now, take a look at those plains up north, and you'll see some really intense glares pointed this way. Oh, wow, I can see super far with this. Thanks, Da Vinci. Try turning the dial on the side. It's set to 5 kilometers right now. But if you crank it to the 4th notch, you can set it to 20 kilometers. There, see them? There's a ton of fairies gathered in those plains. That must be the northern army of that other queen we've been hearing so much about, Noctnaria of the King clan. That's her army? And it's not just Fang and Earth clan fairies. There's also lots of soldiers with masks. Are those giants? There are giants there. There are giants there. That's right. Knocknaria's rule bestows power and wealth upon any who swear fealty to her. It's the opposite of Gloucester and Murrian. However, that effect only works when Knocknaria herself is nearby. I see. So if she wants her troops to be effective, she can't be far from them herself. Go on, too. Try looking a little farther ahead. See that huge carriage? The one that kind of looks like a small fortress? There's a fairy standing on top of it, looking down at us from up there. And even though this is your first time seeing her, I think you'll agree that there's no mistaking who this Northern Queen is. Ah, I see. Oh God, chat, try not to coom. Try not to coom, chat. But of course, we had the shot just had to pan up like that. Perfect shot. The perfect shot. Keck. Keck. Right? She looks just like Maeve, doesn't she? Her taste in clothes is a little, okay, a lot different, though. Huh, that's weird. She's staring straight at Artoria. No, wait, it's more like she's looking down at her? Mad at her? She definitely looks ticked off. Well, 20 kilometers away or not, I can't believe she brought her troops all the way out here. Isn't this obviously a hostile act towards Queen Morgan? Knocknaria and her forces are still just within her territory. She claims she's only running military exercises in preparation for the Great Calamity. 10 days ago, she was conducting those exercises 40 kilometers away. Now that Sheffield has fallen, she's closed the distance and come further down south. She must have 20, no, 30,000 troops there. That's not just a threat. It's preparation for all-out war. How the hell does she keep them all fed? Oh right, fairies don't need to eat. Haha. No, we don't. Unlike humans, that's one of Knocknaria's army's defining characteristics. She despises humans and won't even use them in combat against Moors. She envisions a Britain run by and for fairies alone, with her as its sole monarch. So you could say she's going to try to make Britain great again. That's my monarch, Kekona. Why haven't we gotten this as a costume yet? Yeah, beats me, man. I mean, to be fair, at this point, if she gets that as a costume, Maeve will have 3 costumes at that point. I mean, I don't know if anybody's really going to complain about that, though. We're going to build a wall and make the humans pay for it. Yep. Let's see. That said, she won't be sending her troops any further. She has no definitive reason to challenge a High Queen, nor much chance of success if she were to try. The Northern Fairies have been incited to rebellion against the High Queen several times before. Each time they find themselves retreating north with their tails tucked firmly between their legs. This time will be no different. Alright, that's enough idle chatter. Let's go. We're about to pass through the main gate. From now on, I suggest you may remain sharper than ever. Not Maeve is hotter than normal Maeve. So this is Camelot's castle town. It's even bigger than Salisbury and even fancier than Gloucester. You can tell only upper-class fairies live here. The mana in the air here is like nowhere else in Britain. And that castle keep over there must be where they keep the existence taxes, the magical energy they extract from every fairy in Britain through command spells. I've heard stories about it, but this is way beyond what I was expecting. No wonder they're not worried about Knocknaria's army out there. It has to be a way beneath their notice. Trying to take Morgan on now? Someone would have to be crazy to do it. I guess Bogart must have never set foot here before. If he had, he'd never thought to rebel. Then again, maybe he knew what he was up against and decided to press on anyway. I thought I saw some writing on the gate when we went through it. Did anyone else see that? Or happen to catch what it said? I did. It said only those free of sin may pass in Old English. But I also noticed it had been painted over with red, like someone didn't agree. This is as far as we go by Carriage. The royal castle lies just ahead. Only the Child of Prophecy and the foreign mage have been granted audience with the High Queen. The rest of you will stay here, where you will be treated as the attendants of our honored guests. Oh? Meaning what exactly? You see the Royal Hotel across the way? We have arranged for you to relax there while you wait. I will make arrangements for you all to reconvene once the meeting is concluded. However, your name is Vinci, yes? You seem like an intelligent fairy servant. As a human, the foreign mage will surely need an advisor. You may accompany her in that role. Oh, good. I was planning on tagging along regardless, but that makes things much easier. We may be on opposing sides, but I appreciate your consideration, Tamlin Gawain. Okay, Gareth, Muramasa, Habitrot, you heard the lady. You guys will have to stay here and wait for us. Don't worry, you've seen how well ordered the Queen's army is over these last 2 days. Morgan's obviously even more of a stickler for rules than we thought. The 3 of us won't be in any danger, even if we face her alone. So, we'll be safe for at least as long as we're in Camelot, regardless of how the meeting goes. I ain't surprised. I did break into the castle my first time here. I didn't expect them to invite me in. Anyway, good luck in there, Artoria. Don't get so carried away. You end up saying something you regret, alright? You too, Tuhu. Watch your partner's back, understand? I can't say I'm not. I ain't worried, but strangely, I do agree. It feels like you'll be safe. Okay, we'll all be waiting for you here. Be careful, Artoria, and good luck. I'm fine with this arrangement too. I'm not interested in Morgan anyway. I'm just here to keep an eye on things until Tuhu and Mash are reunited. Kneel. Present. Worship. Submit. Or present. I should say present, not present. Present. Emissaries to the throne. Cease your breathing. 30 ambassadors, 100 officials. Close your mouths. You are in the presence of the High Queen Morgan, the king who expands our boundaries, and upon whose shoulders all of Britain rests. Revel in her glory. Know this, child of prophecy. Know this, foreign mage. This meeting is a sign of the High Queen's grace and amnesty. Thank you. It is so very good of you all to come, even without a formal invitation. My ambassadors and officials are now commanded to be silent. Until this meeting ends, or until I order otherwise, the only people present permitted to speak are myself, my guests, and me, Beryl Gut, the Queen's hubby. Sorry, fancy fairies. Beryl Gut? So he really is here in Camelot. And did he say he's Morgan's husband? Hey there, Tuhu and friends. I haven't seen you all since Olympus. Why the look of surprise? Hey now, don't tell me Mash didn't tell you I'm Morgan's beau. Adult Shiroko? Now this one I cannot resist. Adult Shiroko, huh? Right? As a master yourself. And of course, that's where your mind goes, right, Tuhu? Yup, it's true. I admit it. I'm Morgan's master. The partner of the High Queen who rules over the land of the Fae. Artoria, I gave you permission to approach. Raise your head. Okay. I see. It appears you truly are the child of prophecy. And you must be the foreign mage. The master of Chaldea, seeking so desperately to restore what you call proper human history. Your efforts in Norwich, though commendable, were unnecessary. Still, you did well, eliminating the calamity. I will therefore reward you accordingly. Typically, I would compensate you in the currency of my realm. However, I understand the source of your magical energy is spatial magical energy, occupying values you refer to as QP, which are derived by viewing magical elements as particles, correct? Lore reasons for why a currency is QP? No way! It only took us 6 years to explain that lore. I trust 100 million of these should suffice. Take them. Do we actually get 100 million QP from her? That'd be hilarious if we do. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, the what is it? The completion reward for this act is literally Saint Quartz and then 1 million QP, or not 1 million, 100 million QP. It actually is. Holy shit. Wait, that much? And wait, does this mean you have a QP mint here? Of course not. Of course not. I simply create them myself using your own Magecraft Systems methods. I have nothing more to say. If there is nothing else you wish to discuss, then our business is concluded. Artoria, Tuhu, if either of you would ask questions of me, now is the time. But be warned, though you are my guests, careless words may cost you that status and the protection it affords. So, you will speak up first then. Very well, you are indeed brave. Tell me, conqueror of the five lost belts, what is it you want? Yes, I am aware of the situation in the outside world. Beryl Gut has informed me. Oh? What sort of anomaly? Using an ability similar to Ainzel's prophecy, or Ainzel's ability to prophesize, we've observed a future depicting a cataclysmic collapse. We don't yet know what causes this collapse, or how it'll actually happen, but if it isn't stopped, it'll spread across all of Britain and ultimately destroy the entire planet. That's why Chaldea came to Fairy Britain. We need to investigate this collapse and prevent it from ever happening. Now that the Tree of Emptiness is gone, we have no quarrel with this lost belt. Our goal is to stop the world's collapse. That's all. I see. So you say you have come here not to conquer our world, but to save it. Is that all? That's right. We're hoping to acquire the Sacred Lance Rongominiad, the incredibly powerful spell you cast at Olympus. We would like you to provide us with either a mystic code that lets us use that spell ourselves, or the magecraft theory we can use to recreate it. Olympus? Foreign god? What in the world are those outsiders talking about? And how can they be so reckless, making a demand the High Queen of all people? Yes, I know the weapon you seek. I also believe when you say you have come to save. I also believe you when you say you have come to save Britain. And so, I will say this to you: you and your proper human history will come to a miserable end. This collapse you have observed will be the result of me expanding my territory. I shall be the one to put a true and final end to your history. I would never willingly surrender my divine construct to you, my mortal enemy. Tuhu, arrogant child, to save your world, you will have to defeat me. What you call proper human history cannot be saved otherwise. And Beryl just sitting back there like, told you so. Is that your way of declaring war on us, Queen Morgan? Proper human history and my realm can never coexist. If you wish to save your world, you will have to win it from me. That goes for you too, Artoria. Almost called her Altria. Artoria, accursed child of Ainzel's prophecy. The year's end will bring a great calamity. It shall once again destroy every fairy in Britain. But fairies do not learn, ever. No matter how many times they die, they will always be born anew. As long as my castle remains intact, Fairy Britain shall always be reborn, even should all Britain burn. Your Majesty, are you saying you'll only protect your kingdom, not your citizens? Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit on this throne. You are neither like the other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the Staff of Selection's chosen wielder. By accepting my invitation, you have proven yourself the true child of prophecy. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Or fairy sent from, not the paradise, from paradise. Even should you fill the oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you would be innocent of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. Then it would seem our discussion has concluded. I am pleased we now understand each other. I know, right? Who wants a nice, peaceful resolution when everyone goes home buddy-buddy with no bloodshed? So, on that note, you guys were stupid enough to come here with nothing more than faith in people's innate goodness and honor, and now your negotiations have completely broken down. You didn't really think you could leave here without a fight, right? Of course not. Tuhu, Artoria, get behind me. I thought this might happen. Be silent. That was my best impression. Even now, these are my honored guests. I will permit not so much as a hair on their heads to come to harm, nor will I even allow even an insult to their pride until they have left Camelot. You've got to be shitting me! Forgive my husband's insolence, child. Daughter of Tintagel, as long as you remain Artoria, I shall not recognize you as my enemy. As long as the bells of pilgrimage remain unrung, my lords are forbidden from attacking any of you. However, if she does start ringing the bells and officially declares herself the child of prophecy, then, and only then, shall I name her, along with Chaldea, my enemies, and marshal my army against you. I therefore advise you think very carefully before beginning a war you cannot possibly win. Now, stand down. I am certain there is nothing left to say. Or is there? Mash? What is that? That is the name of our companion, the one you swallowed up with the spell you usually use to get rid of calamities. She's a demi-servant with the spirit origin of Galahad, the Shield Knight. Since you named your Tamlin after the other Knights of the Round Table, I'm sure you must know that name too. I see. That explains it. Yes, indeed, I hold your knight captive. I see no reason I should tell you. She is my trophy, but I can assure you she is alive and well. No one can harm her, not even me. The plot thickens. Ugh, something in my eye still. Yeah, it wasn't much of a discussion now, was it? She basically just told us we're enemies and threatened to show us no mercy if we dared to defy her. Yep, I can't say it was a very productive talk. We now know that Morgan definitely sees proper human history as her enemy, and we now know that Mash is safe but being kept in captivity somewhere. But that's just confirmation of things we already at least suspected. I didn't see anything that could give us any kind of clue as to how we could possibly beat her in a fight. Actually, we did make just a bit of progress there. Remember that atrium in the throne room, the one overlooking the pit? Well, I noticed a distinct magical energy pattern nearby. It was very similar to the Lion King's in the Sixth Singularity. That confirms for me that Morgan does in fact have Rongominiad on hand in weaponized form. And not just one or two of them either. She must have at least 10 in place around Camelot's main gate. And with that many of them on hand, she must have already used them here several times before. So we can assume the one she threw at Olympus must have been just one of several she had at the ready. It would have been great if she'd been willing to sell us just one of them, but it's pretty clear that's not an option now. So now the only way for us to complete our initial objective of acquiring that divine construct for ourselves is, well, to defeat Morgan. To VA98, yeah. Might as well call me that now. Still, at least we made it out of there safe and sound. So we also know that Queen Morgan is true to her word. True, both Morgan herself and all of Camelot might be so stuffed with magical energy it's downright chilling. But she was also adamant about upholding the laws she set as queen. She didn't even listen to Beryl when he tried to break them. I know too. That only makes it all the more mysterious. Beryl said he was Morgan's master. If that's true, it would make her a servant. But it can't be true. But that can't be true because she's been ruling Fairy Britain for at least 2,000 years. Beryl couldn't have come to this lost belt any sooner than the end of 2019, just like all the other cryptors. Obviously, Morgan would have already been the queen of this land by then, so he couldn't have possibly summoned her as a servant. So the question is he lying about that, or is he just being made to believe it? Either way, we need a lot more information before we can draw any conclusions. Oh hey, they're back! Guys, over here! Welcome back, Artoria, to whom? How'd the audience go? What's Queen Morgan really like? Was she terrifying? Was she strong? Was she really 10 meters tall? I mean, anyone who would take Tristan in as a daughter must eat nothing but other fairies, right? She definitely seemed like a queen. Cut that out, Gareth. Can't you see the child of prophecy is not doing her best not to spoil your fun? The truth is, the queen was completely ordinary. Right, Artoria? Isn't that what you wanted to say? Huh? I can tell. I'm an expert at reading fair maidens' minds, after all. Don't worry, Artoria. It's okay to be yourself. I'm just now all the southern accents I'm doing is bleeding into my habit-trot voice. It's okay to be true to yourself. It's okay to be true to yourself. I don't know much about how maidens think, but being yourself is good advice. Deep down, you're a stubborn shrew with a fierce competitive streak, right? If anything, you were probably thinking something along the lines of, the queen, I could take her any day of the week. Give me 1,000 years and I'd probably be way stronger than her. I wasn't thinking any of the sort, and couldn't you at least make it 100 years? I guess we won't be getting a cushy carriage escort back to Norwich, especially after they basically kicked us out of town. I wasn't expecting the way back to be easy, but now that it's time to go, it's looking harder than ever. If they'd just given us at least one carriage, we would have had a nice, comfortable ride back to. Oh, hello! Fancy running into all of you here. Haha. Just a coincidence, right? I was out taking our new carriage for a test drive, and just happened to find myself in Camelot. Hop in, losers. We're going back to Norwich. Seems like fate to me. Come on, go on, get in. Don't be shy. Test drive? Where's your local carriage dealer? Am I gonna get a call from a fucking green lizard somewhere or a green gecko somewhere asking me to talk about my car insurance and how I can save 15% on it? Yep, I figured you'd be finishing up right about now. I take it your audience with the Queen's all done now. I'd love to hear about it. I'd love to hear all about it. But first, we should probably get going before our presence here gives the Queen's army any ideas. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you haven't been tempted by any other carriages. Say hello to our new improved carriage. It's now got 6 passenger seats and 2 sleeping berths. With this bad boy, I can promise you all a more comfortable journey around Britain more than ever. You'll see, they don't call me Regia Homestretch Bit for nothing. That's great to hear about the carriage, but why are you glammed up too? Once I told fairies of Norwich I was one of the Child of Prophecy's attendants, they were delighted to absolutely pamper me. The Earth Clan fairies whipped up this armor for me during the celebration. Well, I see. Well, that's nice. I just hope you're ready to pay for it yourself. Haha. 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 By the way, I'm not paying you. This is an unpaid internship, so go fuck yourself. Well, she certainly didn't mince words now, did she? Morgan is pretty eager for this fight, it sounds like. I'd hope there would be some way to broker peace if Chaldea and the Child of Prophecy met with her together, but she obviously never had any intention of giving up her throne to the Child of Prophecy, the true king. And that's not all. Morgan doesn't even plan on saving Britain at all. She said she was going to expand her territory and destroy the outside world, right? I was already pretty sure that was her plan, but I didn't know how she planned on pulling it off. But after hearing about your meeting, I think I've got it. She's going to use the Great Calamity herself. Castoria is broke, yeah. True, true. Remember the water mirror spell she used at Norwich? That's what she always used to get rid of calamities before. Isn't that right, Habitrot? Yep. She doesn't usually break it out at. She doesn't usually break it out at that massive scale, but that teleportation spell's one of her go-tos. One of her go-tos. So even if Tuhu and Mash hadn't gone to such extraordinary lengths, she still would have made the calamity disappear. Or rather, she would have made it her own. I think Morgan's been trying to acquire the calamities for herself. And if she is, that must mean she's able to harness their magical energy and use it as her own. That's the magical energy she's going to use to overwrite Tuhu's world, the proper human history, and make it her territory. Or make it her territory. She's going to take the curse meant to destroy the world of fairies and use it to destroy the world of humans. That's her plan. She's not out to stop the Great Calamity. She wants it to happen. So instead of getting rid of the Great Calamity, she's going to use it as a weapon? Even though she has more than enough firepower or more than enough power to banish it like she did in Norwich? But that would only mean the fairies inside Camelot that would mean only the fairies in Camelot inside Camelot would survive. Now that you mention it, those upper-class fairies in Camelot all look down on the other cities. I even heard them say stuff like, "Oh, the only fairies worth anything are those from Camelot with a straight face." They completely bought the whole privileged class nonsense the Queen fed them. I'm sure they just think of the Child of Prophecy as an irritant. I know the Queen said she wouldn't consider us her enemy until we rung one of the bells of pilgrimage, but she's also married to Beryl, right? It's a good thing Oberon showed up with the carriage when he did, because there's no telling when he might have sent troops after us. Huh, you said it. First things first, we should put some distance between us and Camelot. We can then figure out our next course of action after that. If nothing else, we know exactly what we have to do now. If we're going to save Britain, our world, and MASH, we're going to have to defeat Morgan. Several hours after the meeting at the empty throne room. Still no sign of movement from the pit. That is concerning. That aside, a great calamity that comes every 1,000 years, The sheer idiocy of these fairies never ceases to amaze me. At least it is useful. I will use whatever I must to erase proper human history forever. You again. You know that merely observing will resolve nothing. If you are truly the foreign gods' priestess, you should at least try to kill me. Though, of course, that assassination attempt by the disciple of the foreign god did not go so well for him. No servant comprised of a heroic spirit from proper human history can hope to match my Tamlin. If you will do nothing but stand there and watch, then do not show yourself. I tire of looking at you. If there is something you wish to say, it to me. If there is something you wish to say, it to me. Okay, I don't care what anyone says. That's fucking grammatically incorrect. If there is something you wish to say to me, then speak as he did. Peace. What kind of voice did I use for not Romani again? Did I use like a gruff, like the usual gruff, like pissed off voice like before? I feel like that would fit him. Kind of like Gawain, but not as aggressive. Just like kind of annoyed and pissed off. Sorry to interrupt your chat. I would have knocked, but there's no door here. Of course not. Why would I welcome guests merely because they come knocking? I do have a waiting room, though, had you cared to use it. You mean the ghost ward down below? It is majestic, but unnecessary. I don't have time to wait. I'm neither omnipotent nor a talented mage like yourself. I'm just an ordinary man, capable of nothing but ordinary work. Truthfully, I should be avoiding places like this, where I have no business to be in the first place. Your actions defy comprehension. You are clearly from Chaldea. You are on the side of proper human history. While the foreign god means to wipe the slate of human history clean, I could end up destroying it before she gets a chance. Is that not why you are here? To stop me? No. No, not really. If you can really destroy it, go right on ahead. What? True. If left to your own devices, I'm sure you will indeed destroy this planet and erase humanity. And that is preferable to the foreign god achieving her goal. Your goal is to wipe out proper human history so you can expand the land of the Fae and rule as its queen. I can't approve of your goal or your approach to pursuing it, but I do respect what you've accomplished. So I will neither try to interfere with your plans nor lend Chaldea my aid. Should you succeed in rendering this planet a lifeless husk, I have no objection. If you are not here to interfere, then why have you come? You claimed you have no time to waste, did you not? I've came to see what you've created here. It deserves at least that much. You saw the tree of emptiness for what it really was, and instead of fearing it, you used it for yourself, or you used it yourself. You grasped Chaldea's summoning system instantly and made it your own. Those are truly exceptional accomplishments. There are scant few who have even approached your level of godlike genius. So now do you understand, High Queen Morgan? I came here to praise you. So you are the opposite of what's that Gundam character's name? The guy where the meme goes, I came here to laugh at you. I forgot his name. The guy who's like looks like a typical American, like blonde shades. He probably has like America clothing on or something. I came here to laugh at you. What are you doing here, Romania? I came here to laugh at you. Quattro? Okay. Or was it Char? I think it might have been Char. Char Aznable or whatever. How do you fucking say his name? I can't imagine there is anyone else willing or able to give you the accolades you deserve. Your estimation of my magecraft skill means nothing to me. If anything, it sounds snide. Now, if that is all you have to say, then leave. This world is soon to be mine. There will be no place in it for either the foreign god or a beast. I know. This is the last chance to intervene anyway. Even if I did try to get in your way now, it wouldn't change anything. If my aim were to stop what is happening here, I would have come 2,000 years too late. Your history is perfect. Your script is complete. While you did make a mistake with Tristan, your victory is still close at hand. As one who has stood in this very position, I wanted to applaud you and the path you've taken. In my estimation, neither the Child of Prophecy nor the Master of Chaldea have any hope of defeating you. Though, of course, were a third player who has yet to show themselves to intervene, that could change things considerably. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. I like how they give me a whole fucking gold chest. Yeah, thanks, I guess. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Who could he possibly be talking about? Clueless. So, now that we put some distance between us and Camelot to avoid any possible trouble with the royal soldiers who just didn't know about the Queen's orders not to harm us, we moved along the northern border and come across a chocolate field? That's truly a sight to behold. Candy! Whee! No way! How the hell does this work? I have to take a closer look. This is like the River of the Drakai all over again. What are you two doing? That field doesn't belong to you. You should be ashamed of yourselves trampling someone else's field with your dirty shoes. If you're gonna go around tasting this stuff, you need to do so from one of the edges. From one of the edges.
「 edges.
「 from one of the edges. 」 from one of the edges. 「 from one of the edges. 」 from one of the edges. 「 from one of the edges. 」 from one of the edges. 「 from one of the edges. 」 from one of the edges. 「 from one of the edges. 」 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 from one of the edges. Wait a minute, aren't you a cat? Cats can't eat chocolate. At least I don't think they can. Dogs certainly can't. Whoa! A whole field of deluxe premium chocolate bars Lady Aurora once gave me a tiny piece of. This can't compare to a carrot, but it may as well be the sweetest thing I've ever tasted. Woohoo! Cannonball! Oh, now don't you start too, you idiot. It's so good, it's so sweet. It's a little messy, but it's still just so yummy. I'm glad to see you're all enjoying yourselves. God damn it! How can you be so relaxed about this, Oberon? We still need to keep an eye out for any signs of pursuit. What is it, Gareth? Aren't you gonna jump in there with them? Oh gosh. Everyone, please settle down. You can't eat that chocolate. Too much chocolate in their mouths to speak coherently. Oh no, I knew it. These are Knocknaria's chocolate fields. I've heard about them. They're made with paralysis agent, charm, and calories out the wazoo. Any fairy who tastes this chocolate becomes a hopeless chocoholic. And they then have to do whatever Noctnaria says for the rest of their lives. For the rest of their lives, according to my own research. Crap. Crap. Casually wipes mouths with fingers. Yeah, don't mind me. Just wiping some chocolate from my mouth. Nothing to see here. Did those Moors just pop out of the field? They must have been lying in wait to ensnare any fairies that succumb to chocolate paralysis. First, fairies eat the chocolate, then the Moors eat the fairies. What a perfectly devious predatory tactic. And I'm afraid none of the others will be of any help now that their veins are full of chocolate poison. Come on, Muramasa, this one's all up to us. Got it. Got it. Good luck, Gareth. Muramasa, why did you just take a step back? And what's that you're holding behind you? Sorry, it was right there in arm's reach, so I just couldn't help myself. Some wise elder you turned out to be. God damn it. Chocolate bar. Also, I don't know what kind of debuff they hit us with, but whatever. God damn it. Voice acting takes a whole bunch out of me, huh? I gotta have some of these chocolate bars for myself. Yeah, seriously. Small bell. Give me all the bells. Does this mean none of you are paralyzed? Sorry, Gareth, but no, we're totally fine. I don't think this chocolate is poisoned at all. That's right. Incidentally, when people refer to chocoholics, they're talking about people who just really love chocolate or who will go all the way north just to have some. I'm pretty sure it's not actually a medical condition. Pretty sure. Oh wow, you're right. This is really good. Wait, aren't you a wolf? Are you supposed to be having chocolate right now? It's sweet, crunchy, and easy to eat, and doesn't even make me thirsty. I feel so much more alert now, too. Well, wow, that must be some banger chocolate, because normally chocolate makes me thirsty. Still, it is a rare luxury good, and these fields really do belong to Knocknaria. So if you keep sampling the chocolate without permission, well, see for yourselves. Crap. Crap. There's a huge army headed this way. But, hang on. The hell are they wearing? Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Damn it. Damn it. They've got us all, they've got us surrounded. These numbers, this honeybee-like magical energy pressure, it's... is this Knocknaria, or who the hell is this? It's Doug's Twitch chat. That's far enough, you shameless tourists. I'm assuming this is Maeve, so I'll give her a similar voice to Koinskaya, you know, the bitch voice. You've got a lot of nerve, eating your fill of my chocolate. Or is this your way of applying to be my slaves down to my great-great-grand successor? Yeah, not Maeve. Also, why the fuck did she have all those hearts behind her? That's right. Now throw yourselves at my feet and beg for forgiveness. I don't care what backwater town you fairies hail from. One look at this beauty should tell you all you need to know about who you're dealing with. Now, on that note, I, Queen Knocknaria, pass judgment on these foul chocolate thieves. That's one count of stealing government property, one count of smuggling valuable cultural property, and one count of dining and dashing, and one count of what the fuck is that? Les majestes? I'm pretty sure that's French. For these 4 crimes, I sentence you all to spend the next 100 years packing chocolate for retail, after which you'll live out the rest of your days in Edinburgh while receiving a comfortable pension to match the contributions of your labor. I knew it. Yeah. What? She's like, huh? The fuck are you, weirdo? Speaking of chocolate, I'm gonna have some of my own to give me some energy. Ugh. Snack break. I haven't gotten out of bed because it's Saturday morning. Hey, it's me, Shiki. How's it going, man? Alright. Hopefully that chocolate of my own will give me some energy here. Gonna lurk while you finish episode 6? Yeah, no problem. So most people are doing right now in chat anyway. I first met her in Gloucester about 5 years ago. She was like a storm in a bottle, and she was the first fairy I got to know outside my village. Not that it's any surprise. But for a born ruler, there's nothing better than kicking all your would-be rivals to the ground. The first princess pageant in 100 years, and I'm the clear winner. Now, go out there and tell everyone in Britain that Knocknaria is the new queen of the Northern Fairies. Man, I didn't even make it past the preliminaries, let alone get a chance to go on stage. But that's okay. I'm only here because everyone in the village insisted I come anyway. Plus, I can't think of anything more idiotic than a princess pageant. Besides, all I really wanted was to see what things were like outside the village for once. God. I feel like an idiot. What am I even doing out here? I should be back home helping with the harvest. But no, I just had to come here to help my political campaign and show everyone that Mab's successor means business. I swear, when are the elders gonna stop treating me like a greenhorn anyway? Not to mention the judge's criteria for beauty is just laughable. Don't they know real beauty comes from living a life you can be proud of, not what other people think of your looks? Contestants like us are the ones who decide what's beautiful, not the peanut gallery. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Aren't you that girl from Tentacle I saw in the prelims? No, I think you have the wrong fairy. I'm just here waiting tables part-time, so... Well, why didn't you come to the main event? I thought it was going to come down to you and me. I would have enjoyed beating a worthy opponent rather than demolishing the competition. But you are nowhere to be seen. What, did you leave because the whole thing was so stupid? Stupid? Well, I guess I did feel pretty stupid. Why you don't even get what's going on here? I can tell you're thinking, look at the simple little girl who's jumping for joy over a stupid trophy. She has no idea I lost the battle but won the war. Well, I don't like it. I won't stand for it. You and I are gonna compete again, right now. What's your best subject? Horseback riding, dancing, music, combat, chess? Whatever it is, that's gonna be our real final battle, and we're not gonna stop until I'm good and satisfied. Oh, but we do need something about that horribly tacky outfit first. Mac, Dim, tear this girl's clothes up for me, will ya? I'll let you wear one of my dresses instead. After that, we're going back on stage. Together, you and I are going to show those idiots in the crowd what it really means to shine like a beautiful princess. Huh? Wait, what are you... Hey, knock it off, you pink-haired, honey-brained, nouveau-riche girl, before I knock your block off. Hatless Artoria. Ayaya. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had no idea you'd actually been eliminated from the prelims. I mean, my instincts have never been wrong before, you know? The moment I saw you, I just felt sparks all up and down my spine. Sparks! Stream sparks. I thought there's something different about this fairy. I seriously got the impression you could turn the whole world on its head. Huh? Really? Is that how I actually seem to you, Noctnaria? I guess it's true what they say about, great talents blooming late. Believe it or not, I'm actually a child of, but I was wrong. Yeah, but I was wrong. You're so unimpressive that I must have looped from zero right back round to hero. Oh, is that so? Guess that means you better quit bragging about your instincts from now on then, huh? Huh. You're right. You're right, actually. From now on, I'll make sure to observe fairies carefully and not just rely on my intuition. Anyway, what's your village like, Artoria? You said it's on the western tip of southern Britain, right? My city's up on the northern tip, so I can't even imagine how different it must be. Do you get ash rain there? What's the color of the forest? Can you fish there? Are there any cute fairies you got your eye on? Oh, and what was that exploding lamp you threw at me earlier? Yeah, shut down. The northern fairy kept peppering me with questions, and she seemed genuinely interested in the answers. It's one of my nicer memories from back when we still didn't know each other well. Her name was Knocknaria. Since I am the child of prophecy, she and I are destined to butt heads one day, but she was also my very first friend. So, yeah, I spent 2, maybe 3 days in Gloucester with her a few years ago. But as you can see, she never listens to anything anyone has to say, so she didn't really make a great impression. That goes for you too, Artoria. You look meek enough, but you always talk way tougher than you look. Good to see you haven't changed. Slap, catfight, slap, 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 slap. Well, this is a surprise. I had no idea Artoria had a friend she was on arguing terms with. And Knocknaria of all fairies, I can't imagine getting into a scuffle with her, can you? Definitely not. I'm all tongue-tied just from seeing her. Knocknaria, member of the King clan and Queen of the North. Her magical energy covers the entire camp even as we speak. She's one of the most notable fairies in all of Britain. Her combat abilities may not compare to the Tamlin, but when it comes to otherworldly common sense and the sheer size of her fey domain, I don't think there's anyone in fairy Britain who can match her. A typical cat slap fight. It's like the I think Twitch has like an animated emote called like Versus or something. It's like arms and fists, like basically just like doing this back and forth at each other. That I've seen a couple of other streams. Especially like Street Fighter 6 streams. People sometimes use the versus emote. But look, Artoria ain't backing down. No matter how snide Knocknaria gets with her, she gives twice as good as she gets. Yup, those two are a perfect match for each other. Artoria looks meek, but actually is a huge pain in the neck, and Knocknaria makes a loud first impression, but she's actually very earnest. They're like two halves of a puzzle box. They might constantly be at odds, but in the end, they fit together perfectly. Oh, quiet you! When did I say any of you could talk? You do know you're all still under arrest for chocolate larceny, right? I'm feeling pretty flushed right now, so flushed. Are you human? And what makes you think? Are you human? What makes you think you can speak so bluntly to me? It's not like that, Knocknaria. Her name's Tuhu. She's a mage who came here from the outside world, and my trusted ally. Oh, right. I guess the prophecy did say something about a foreign traveler, huh? What a joke. Still, I do like girls with backbone. In fact, now that I look a little closer, I can see you're covered with bruises, but you're still no worse for wear. In fact, you practically radiate inspiration. Tell you what, too, if you ever need a place to stay, you can come to my castle. You're too good to waste away as a slave for the southern fairies. Hell, maybe you can even help me get over my distaste for humans. But I digress. All that aside. Flushed. Flush. See if this is the email that I'm looking for. Yep. Flushed. Some child of prophecy you turned out to be, Artoria. What even is this ragtag band? Are you trying at all? Are you trying at all? I can't believe you still don't have a single squad to your name. I guess you're still the one fairy my intuition just doesn't work on. When I heard that the child of prophecy who saved Norwich was named Artoria, I thought you'd finally gotten your act together. But it looks like I was wrong about you again. You're just as pathetic now. You're as pathetic now as you were back then. The one imposter in the crowd, yeah. I guess a bunch of third-rate losers are at best a pathetic low-class fairy. Are the best a pathetic low-class fairy like yourself can attract. Take that back, Knocknaria. Don't you dare make fun of my friends. They're all much more accomplished, wiser, braver, cuter, and grandpa-ish than I am. Say what? And if nothing else, they're way stronger than those soldiers you've got waiting on you. Is that so? Alright then, prove it. I'll see for myself who's stronger, your allies or my soldiers. If you guys win, I'll pardon you for your chocolate theft and you'll all be free to go. But... But what? If my soldiers win, I'll be taking Tuhu for myself. Huh? Are you serious, Noctnaria? Don't tell me Tuhu's your type. It's not like that. I was gonna need a mage for my war with Morgan anyway. Blush. Wait a minute, huh? We're not Maves' type? Huh? Flushed. Flush. Now, let's talk in more fighting, Artoria. Let's see which one of us is better suited to be Britain's savior. Flushed. One servant from my party can be set. Okay. Fair enough. Let's see. Yang Yuan time. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's right. Muramos is an alter ego here, so he probably won't be that great. Probably. Oh, almost started the battle without Yang Yuan's CE here. Flushed. Fingers pointing in. Also, what the fuck are these dudes wearing? Artoria's cheer. Is she literally cheerleading for us in the background? Let's see here. Oh, we have who is it? Da Vinci's NP.
私の宝具見たいのかい？
So to be fair, I want to do this first.
いい発信準備完了だ。早くほどほどにね。
Oh God, voice acting for this long makes me feel so fucking tired.
輝ける轍を残せ。人生がとても楽しい。
Castoria the cheerleader. Now we need somebody to draw Castoria as a cheerleader. All right. I think here I'll go for damage. Like this. It's these guys again. What am I doing here? Is this what is it? Is this the American what is it? Singularity 5, the 5th singularity all over again? It's like, what the? You guys again. 100 Yang Yuan, yup. I am a rare level 100 Yang Yuan enjoyer.
てなしましょう。
華麗にいざ。
ここはもうちょっと念入りに任せて。橋まぐむふむ。そう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝者を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ行けるとこまで行ってみよう。芸術とはこういうものさ。頭上注意気をつけたまえ。行くよ。
Why not burn them first? I actually don't know if either of my Yang Yuan cards, arts cards, have burn on them. I know that one of them has is like arts crit, but I forget what the other arts card had. If it had a burn, then yeah, that was a mistake. I should have burned them first.
腕の見せ所発進準備完了だ。早く早く急げや急げ。明日が納期だ。ブライダルスピンホイール。
Oh God.
駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。やっちゃうぞ。どう？これが最新の戦いさ。羨ましい。
Did I say two scales of fantasy? Scales of fantasy. And according to the wiki, I should have also gotten a tiny, a small bell too, but I don't think I saw any tiny small bells there. Yeah, they might have looked awfully familiar, but I'm pretty sure we're only saying things. Let's just move on. There, you see? Two who enter Team 1. I told you they were amazing. Now, let us go free. Queens are supposed to keep their promises, right? Haha, of course. Believe me, I don't have time to be messing around with you either. I was in the middle of running military exercises when you decided to steal my chocolate. Also, my enemy is Queen Morgan, not the Child of Prophecy. I have nothing to say to a low-class fairy who still hasn't made a name for herself. Go wherever you like for all I care. Oh? Does this mean the King clan doesn't see the Child of Prophecy as competition? I think it would be to your advantage to capture us rather than let us go free. Of course I see you as competition. I'm the only king fit to rule Britain. As far as I'm concerned, both Morgan and the Child of Prophecy are obstacles to my rule. That said, I can't take Morgan's army lightly. If I'm going to win, I'm going to need to make use of everything I can. Either Morgan will jump at my provocation and leave her castle to face me, or I'll attack her castle myself once all my preparations are complete. Either way, I'll need to keep the other clans in check in the meantime, which is why I want the Child of Prophecy to keep stirring things up. Get it? The more you scurry around making trouble, the more Morgan will have to divert forces from me to focus on you. I don't really expect you to ring all the bells of pilgrimage, but could you maybe manage, like, you know, 2 of them? If you can manage that, I'll take care of the rest. I'll take control of Camelot, send Morgan packing, and banish every human from this island. As a descendant of the Northern Fairies and the daughter of the great Queen Mab, I will be the one to restore Britain to the way it was always meant to be. Still, I'm also very generous, so I'll be making a way. I'm willing to make a few exceptions. If the humans are willing to change their ways, I could set up an autonomous zone for them to live in. As proof, I grant you permission to speak freely, Tuhu. Is there anything you want to ask me? Go ahead. Just this once, I'll give you an honest answer. Can you crush my head with your thighs? Is probably what most of chat is going to ask. As much as I would like to ask her what the fuck was up with all those hearts around her, I'd rather be serious here. No chance. I may be willing to tolerate humans, but team up with them? Absolutely not. As far as I'm concerned, the human Round Table army is even more of a disgrace than Morgan's soldiers. If they ever dared show themselves before me, I'd mow them down without a second thought.
Excuse me, lady. Lady Noctnaria, but we've received a request from Edinburgh.
What is it? Mad chances like this don't come along every day, you know. If this is about military exercises, it can wait until...
I'm sorry, milady, but this is about Morse disease, if I may.
Not a transcription, subjects, number of Sheffield refugees. Tell them we'll make a list right away. I'll make the selections myself. Looks like our little chat is over. You guys are free. Go wherever you like. But I will just say one last thing. Try to conduct yourself with at least some dignity, Artoria. Nobody will follow a king who can't even look the part. Ask her to squat over me? Over which part of your body, though? The head or the pelvis? Okay, which one is this? Everything. Nice, good answer.
私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。天の入りすべて見つめます。気を出し、早くね、よく言いました。慈悲、神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もない。何人通るにあたわず。来なさい。あまり悩ませない。さて、どこから頭部をいい。くねよく言いました。そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを請います。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。生きている者がいれば私の社に愛玩の折にてたっぷり分からせます。
Nice, another small bell. Getting closer and closer to maxing out Castoria's appends here. Have I beaten part 2 yet? Nope. We've just started, man. We're barely on Act 11. We're only halfway through Act 11. Well, a little trip southbound through the chocolate fields brought us back to southern Britain. Gloucester's not too far from here. How about stopping by? You've never been to Gloucester before, right, Happy Cat? No, but it's Murrian City, right? I have a pretty clear idea of what it'd be like. It could be fun, but I also doubt it's got any cute brides for me, so I'm good with whatever Tuhu decides. Well, I see. That's too bad. Still a ways to go. Yeah, I just started part 2 tonight, so yeah, it'll easily take me like another week to go through all of part 2. I agree. The best thing we can do now is lay low and plan our next move. If we're going to decide on something as important as whether we fight the queen or run from her, we'll need someplace safe to consider our plan. 6.2 ends at chapter 24. Okay. So that means since we started with Act 10, there's like, what, 15 chapters total? So, if I could do like 5 chapters a session, we'd get it done in 3 days, but I think reading through 5 chapters for me is a little too much for me to handle. I think 3 would be good enough for now. Yeah, either 3 or 4. Yeah, I'll try to knock out 4, but we'll see how long it takes and how tired I get by the end of it. So, at least 3. That I know I want to get 3 done for sure. So, She wore the same type of transparent Celtic bodysuit. Yeah, as Skaha, yeah. Because traditional Celtic warriors, literally fought naked. But obviously, we can't have them fighting buck-ass naked here in FGO, so they have to censor them with bodysuits. Hey, Warsaw, how's it going, man? Gloucester's definitely out. I don't know about Murrian, but I wouldn't trust Coin Sky as far as I know. I wouldn't trust Coin Sky as far as I could throw her. What about the Welsh Forest? That's Oberon's territory, after all. Salisbury could be another good option. How about it? We could tell Lady Aurora everything that's happened so far. Hey, Deadly, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Good question. Well, I definitely wouldn't recommend my forest. It'd make for, lousy secret headquarters. And I don't think Salisbury or Norwich are safe either. We shouldn't put too much credence on too much credence in the Queen's promise to leave us alone. If Beryl were to lead Morgan's army against us, Aurora wouldn't be able to stop him. Actually, how does Oberon know who Beryl is? Because has Oberon ever met Beryl before? Like, maybe, I guess, during his travels, I suppose. But, like, we know technically the first meeting between Beryl and us was at Morgan's castle while we were meeting with Morgan herself. But Oberon wasn't there with us. So, yeah, how does Beryl, like, how is Beryl, or not Beryl, how is Oberon talking about Beryl, like, super, like, casually? Yeah, I assume because of his recon? But I assume he'd tell us about it. I don't know. Looks like Knocknaria was right. We need our own military strength. Maybe we should go back to the Storm Border? Besides, it'd be fun to show it off to Artoria and Gareth. We don't have to go through the Nameless Woods either. We can take a detour around it to reach the coast. Plus, we could also stop by Artoria's hometown, Tentagle, along the way. No, let's save that for our last resort. We're not running for our lives yet, after all. If it's military strength we need, we've got exactly one option. In fact, I'd say the safest place for the Child of Prophecy right now isn't a fairy city at all. It's the city southeast of Oxford. We need to go to England's capital proper. We need to go to England's capital in proper human history, the ruins of Londinium, where humans have set up their home base. Now that Artoria has gotten rid of Norwich's calamity, there's no reason for us to hesitate to knock on their door. I think it's time Britain's destined savior paid the Round Table Army a visit. I am the great Sustender. Are you sus? Sus. Sus. Good job, everyone. I know it wasn't easy coming so far without stopping to sleep, but we're almost to Londinium now. Only two more hills to go. But first, why don't we take a quick break? Besides, it's almost lunchtime. I'm sure you'd rather have a relaxing meal outside instead of rocking back and forth in the carriage too, right, Tuhu? Don't worry about it. I could use a good stretch too. It's great that 6 of us can fit in the carriage now, but it's definitely a little cramped. So we're finally visiting Londinium. I wonder what the stories say about it. Well, up until 2,000 years ago, when it was still the Fey era, it was the largest city of all of Britain. It said that five fairy clans coexisted there peacefully, and that they even chose a human for their lord. Really? Then does that mean Londinium used to be a human city? It sure does, but it was destroyed during an insurrection that took place at the end of the Fey era. It may have been the most heavily fortified city in Britain at the time, but I guess there wasn't much it could do against an attack from within. I still haven't found out how it ended up in ruins after that, though. After all, the Queen decided to build a new castle, Camelot, instead of rebuilding Londinium. Huh, Guess you don't know everything about everything after all, Oberon. It was the fairy clans that reduced Londinium to rubble. After Ashe ended the war between the various clans, she appointed a human knight as their new king, the human boy who was leading the Round Table army at the time. A huge festival was held to celebrate the new king and his coming reign. But then, during his coronation, a group of anti-fairy humans started a riot, and a number of the fairies living in Londinium were killed. Hey, Joseph, thanks for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream today. Also, Hiatus Wolf, thanks so much for the 15-month resub. Welcome back. Welcome, everybody, from Seth's raid. Before I continue on, because this is a raid, I just want to let you guys know that I am not currently reading through Lost Belt 6 Part 2. If you are not caught up to... What chapter are we on right now? Chapter 11. We are deep into spoiler territory. So if there's anybody from Joseph's chat who's coming here and you have not read Lost Belt 6 yet, if you haven't finished it or whatever, or you want to read through the story on your own without spoilers, then now might not be the greatest of times to hang out and lurk in chat. So if that is the case, sorry that the stream right now is a little bit inconvenient, but yeah, maybe come back next time. But yeah, just wanted to give you a heads up real quick, and so yeah. But in any case, yeah, hope you had a good stream today. Just finished 6.2. Okay, so most of you guys from your stream, most of the people from your stream should also be, at least caught up with your progress as well. Yeah, I just started at 6.2. My God. It's gonna take me at least another week to get through part 2. That's for sure. Even if I were to stream like Audiobook Simulator every day until part 3 came out, like I don't think I would be able to finish part 2, but I can try. So here I go. But yeah, I've been enjoying it so far, and hopefully it stays the same throughout part 2. I mean, part 2 is where things start getting really good. So this is part 2 is supposed to be a good part. So let's do it. Definitely a ride. Yeah. For sure. Okay, and we got that done. The clan heads were incensed, so they raided Londinium and put every soldier in the Round Table army to death. The knight who was supposed to be the king fell in battle, and Ashe was executed after the clan heads held her responsible for the riot. Grimmer the Sage managed to give them the slip, and since no one could kill the Black Knight, they crushed his ears and threw him into the sea. By that point, the Tamlin had gotten fed up with the whole ridiculous ordeal and decided to go over to Orkney, taking Ashe's coffin with them. Ashe, that's the fairy who was once treated as Britain's savior, right? From what I heard, the Sage, the Black Knight, and the Tamlin all saved Britain countless times. So what was the Tamlin's name? Oh, Mike told me that back in Salisbury. Let's see, I'm pretty sure it was... Huh? That's weird. I know I've heard it before, but I can't remember what it was. Don't worry about it. My point is, Londinium has a lot of history as the home base of Britain's humans. So this new Round Table army is holed up where the old one got wiped out. I ain't too superstitious type, but don't you think that's just asking for trouble? You'll see why it's not a problem once we get to Londinium, Muramasa. Frankly, if you ask me, both Morgan and the clan heads ought to have their heads examined. I don't know why else they'd abandoned Londinium even after they destroyed it. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you know so much about Londinium, Habitat. I mean, you don't know anything about Gloucester or Salisbury. Well, I know about Salisbury. That's the city with the big cathedral, right? I've seen Aurora too, but before too. I just didn't pay her much attention. She's just not my type. I see. I see. So, are you sure you're okay missing out on all the beautiful cities? Sure, I'm sure. This isn't exactly a sightseeing tour, you know. Kind of curious why you're so considerate of me, though. Fishing for a discount in your wedding dress or something, or something. Huh? No. I ain't looking for a dress. I haven't even found a partner yet. I mean, it's not that. It's just what? It's nothing. I'm gonna go fetch some water. Be right back. Woo! You've advanced a lot in just 2 streams? I don't think so. Like the previous stream, I just barely finished part 1. Or, that was close. I almost said something I shouldn't again. Anyway, I'm kind of worried about Habitat. I can see Artoria's and Tuhu's future is just fine, but I can't see anything for hers. Does she have some sort of clairvoyance of her own or something, or what? Moors? Crap, I have to kill it before it touches me. Yeah! Ow. That's weird. My lance has always worked before. Flashbacks. Oh, right. That's only because Artoria was helping me out with her magecraft. But now that it's just me... So this is so just like me. I always get carried away like this, even though I'm weak. So now I'm gonna die out here, unable to fight back, never having accomplished anything. And yet you have the time to say all that out loud. I don't know what kind of voice I should give Percival, because this is the first time we're seeing him in story. Oops, didn't mean to auto that. God. I'm running out of voices to pull out of my ass here. Oh, God. What kind of voice do I want to give Percival? I'm just gonna give him a normal voice, but I'm just gonna say Giga Chat at the end of every line because you know I'm gonna give him the Karna treatment from Lost Belt 4. Fuck it. Australia. I can't do an Australian voice. I can't do that because my brain will automatically mix up with a British voice, and so it'll become indistinguishable to me. So unfortunately, I can't do that. Nothing against the Aussies. My Aussie accent is fucking horrible. Like I know what an Aussie accent sounds like, but like my brain will automatically filter it into a really shitty sounding British accent, even worse than what I'm doing currently. So. Hey Aussie Manny, welcome back. Yeah, I'll just give him the Karna treatment then. You were so close. If you had just taken 6 steps back and gotten a running start, you could have definitely taken it out. Giga Chad. You're not the biggest fairy out there, so you'll need more than just the weight of a thrust to get through the Moors' skin. Giga Chad. Make sure the foot you're bracing on faces forward instead of off to the side. To the side, and try to let gravity do the hard work for you. Giga Chad. But I guess that'll be something to work on next time, which is all the more reason to stand back up now. Giga Chad. How about a Scottish accent? Oh, I know what it sounds like. I think I can do it. I just haven't practiced it enough. But I guess that'd be something to work on next time. Yeah, I can't do it, man. I kind of know what it sounds like, but I can't do it. My voice acting skills are trash. So, if I were to try to do a Scottish accent, it would shame the Scottish way more than I'm comfortable with. Doing a British accent, I don't mind because everybody loves everybody loves shitting on the British, because you know, partly because they deserve it. But you know. Yeah, that's why I'm okay with doing shitty British accents, because no one's gonna be offended at that. But I don't want to bring shame upon all Scottish people in the world by butchering the accent so badly. I'm going to get banned from Twitch because I am streaming murder live on stream, or I am streaming murder of a dialect live on stream. So, anyways. Okay. May I ask who you... Me? I came out here to fetch some water and saw you go into the forest. Giga Chad. I was gonna warn you to be careful since we tend to get Moors out here. Case in point. But I guess I was a little too late. Giga Chad. Luckily, there are only 2 of them. Do you think you can help me? I'd really appreciate it. Yes, of course. I'm Gareth, by the way. I'm Percival. Would you mind taking the Moors on the right then, brave knight? Giga Chad. Wait, did he say Percival? What? Did he say Percival? Let's see. Okay. Let's do it. Too bad we can't use his MP though. Frick. Frick. Let's see. If we can't use his MP, we might as well pop his buffs right now then. Let's see here. I guess we'll save, I guess we'll just have to save, what is it? Our taunts and invuls for one of these enemies. We'll try to kill the first Moors right away. Random horse. Jesus, how much magic resist does this dude have? Let's see here. Nice, good crit. There we go. Now he's gotten curse. You keep forgetting Percival isn't a rider, yeah. Let's see, we'll actually pop this now. There we go. Nice, good crits. Great crits. And maybe kill. Sucks that story support have no silver foes. Yeah, no foes at all, pretty much. I won. I can't believe it. I actually beat a Moors on my own. That was great. Don't sell yourself short. You're already strong, and you'll only get stronger the more you train. Giga Chad. By the way, Gareth, right? I don't recall seeing you around here before. Giga Chad. You should know there's gonna be a big battle here soon. You'd probably be safer heading to Norwich or Manchester instead of staying here. Unless you came here looking to join Londinium's Round Table army. We could really use all the help we can get at this point. Giga Chad. Even so, I'm not so sure Londinium is the best place for a lovely girl like yourself. There's still lots of holes in the roofs we haven't gotten around to patching up yet, not to mention the ghosts that haunt us at night. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but did you really say your name was Percival? Yep, that's me. Good name for a human, isn't it? I'm pretty fond of it myself. Please, let me introduce myself more properly. I'm Gareth, attendant to the Child of Prophecy. I'm happy to tell you she's making her way to Londinium right now. Percival's like, huh? Say what? Like, huh? Hey, Artemis Plank, how's it going? They've done worse things, yeah, like forced supports. Garrett's really taking her time. Maybe I'm getting worked up over nothing, but I can't help but worry. You know, I think I'll go fetch some water myself. We can cross the hills after I get back. Looks like Garrett's back. Huh? I wonder why she's jumping up and down all excited like that. I see she has someone with her too. Someone tall and pretty handsome. I recognize the oversized breastplate. Oversized breastplate. Hey, guys, you'll never believe this. Look who I met. It's Percival, the leader of the Round Table Army and the strongest human in Britain. Oversized breastplate booba. the rare booba emote spam for a guy. Cover them up, slut. I'm sorry. I know this isn't the most proper introduction. Giga Chad. Also, what was Red Hair doing behind him? It's an honor to meet you, Child of Prophecy, and you too, Foreign Mage. Giga Chad. What is Red Hair doing? I'm Percival, the Round Table Army's acting leader. Giga Chad. I know I'm dressed like a knight, but I'm really just an ignorant country boy. Country boy? I gotta give Percival a southern accent too? I've never studied the ways of chivalry, so I hope you can forgive any inadvertent rudeness on my part. Giga Chad. Sniffer. You mean you don't know? Percival is the only person in all of fairy Britain who rides into battle on the back of a fairy horse. He's the strongest, most spiritual human ever. I can't think of a more touching sight than rider and horse in perfect sync, each trusting each other with their lives. Just imagine a rider and their horse sharing one mind and body. It would be a miraculous dream come true. Well, thank you. Kundry would be thrilled to hear that. I don't know what I'd do without her, honestly. Giga Chad. Oh, sorry, I got a little off track. I tend to do that whenever someone brings up my trusting partner. Anyway, I understand why you're here now. You need a safe place to prepare your confrontation with the Queen's army, yes? Then you're very welcome to stay with us in Londinium. Giga Chad. I'm afraid it still needs a lot of repairs, so it's not in the best shape to welcome the Child of Prophecy, but it's also one of the most heavily fortified places in all of Britain, and I promise my soldiers and I will keep you safe while you plan your next move. Sniffer, sniffer, sniffer. Certainly seems familiar. The supply team is back with lumber. Let's get to work repairing those ramparts. Send 80% to the outer walls and 20% to the inner walls. Focus on patching up the kids' homes first. The disguised merchants are heading out to Norwich this afternoon to buy supplies. If there's anything you need, add it to the list. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. We got the count backing us. Just go easy on the luxury goods. Yeah. Remember, we can't match the Fang Clan's speed. We need to fight smarter, not harder. Take a beat before following up your spear strikes. Your opponents will dodge them easily if you thrust too soon. Keep your spears pointed ahead of you as soon as you sense a shield coming. And don't forget to keep your sword on hand too, so you can also stab your opponent in their flank at the same time. Don't bother with bows and arrows. You'll never hit anyone, and the enemy will see you coming the moment you take aim. We'll have 10 archers firing volleys from the ramparts for defense. It should keep the enemy back, but if they actually hit someone, even better. I only know how to sharpen blades, but I can still help. Look, mister, the tip of your spear is chipped. You'll never beat the fairy's fangs with that. Why don't you stop by our smithy sometime? Ain't exactly pristine, but it's sure lively. Everyone's running around keeping busy with something. At a glance, it looks like they've got around 300 combat-ready soldiers. Give or take. If you count the humans taking shelter here, that about doubles their numbers. They probably have the old and feeble ones doing needlework in the back. This is great. I love it. It's not an army so much as a whole city in the middle of being rebuilt. I'm gonna go look for brides. Habitrot, what is with you? Well, it's her thing, I get it, but like, I'm gonna go look for brides now. Is now the time for that? I know what you mean. The walls and roads may be in terrible shape, but there's more life here than we've seen in any of the other cities. Of course, this is where London is proper. This is where London is and located in proper human history. No wonder there's so much energy. Sorry, it's nothing. I was wondering why such a beautiful place was. Artoria? What were you thinking, Commander? You can't just, go jumping off the ramparts and running off into the woods like that. You're the cornerstone of the Round Table Army, the hope of everyone in Londinium. You can't just wander off because something caught your eye anymore. I'm sorry. I didn't notice you had people with you. Are you all here to join the Round Table Army? If you come complete with registration at the town square, we can. That won't be necessary, Magari. Magari? Magar? Magari? I don't know how to say. These people aren't here to join us per se. Giga Chad. They're very important guests, right? Isn't that right, Oberon? Yep. At least for now. Whether they end up joining the Round Table Army or not is ultimately up to Artoria. Oberon? Oh wow, it is Oberon. When did you get here? Hey everyone, it's Oberon. That big jerk Oberon is back. Oh, you're right, it's really him. It's Oberon the Cold-Hearted. You really just showed up out of nowhere again. Where the hell have you been all this time? You better be sticking around a while. You don't want to make the kids cry again, do you? Every time you leave, it takes a little longer to cheer them all back up. That goes for us ladies, too. Your sweet nothings always make us feel like princesses. God fucking damn it, Oberon. While we love those little moments of affection, you also need to take care of us afterwards. We still have lots of work to do, you know? Really, Oberon? W Riz? The Rizzler? The Rizzler of Great Britain? The Rizzler of Fey Britain? I'm surprised we haven't gotten a Rizzler Oberon meme yet, or nobody's drawn Oberon with the Rizzler face or the Riz face. Oberon with Riz, with the Oberiz. Oberon. Hey, it's not what you think, okay? I'm a very serious person here in Londinium, I swear. Oh yeah, you're serious, alright. Serious about putting on performances every chance you get. Haha. Whenever you show up, the whole Round Table Army just goes back to being ordinary citizens. It's the closest thing we have to festivals around here, to be honest. Don't get me wrong, it helps us keep. Don't get me wrong, but it helps us keep smiling, or it helps us keep smiling even when times are tough. But wait, hang on. Didn't you say the next time you came back, you'd bring the Child of Prophecy with you? No way. Wait a minute. Is that? Oh, crap. That's right. This is Artoria, the savior of Norwich you've all heard so much about. Her staff of selection was sent here from paradise, just like Percival's spear of selection. She's the Child of Prophecy, the savior of Britain you've all been waiting for. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Artoria's like, oh no. Run! Scram! Scatter! Run for the hills! Scatter! Oh, I should add scatter, actually. There we go. Scatter. Huh, it really is like a festival. I guess we won't be able to talk to Artoria for a while. It seems like everyone in town's caught Child of Prophecy fever. Maybe we should help her out, Oberon? I don't think she's too big on being fawned over like that. Oh, I'm sure she isn't. Artoria has always been keenly aware of the pressure that comes with fairies pinning their hopes on her. At the same time, she's always been good at handling those very hopes. What do you think, Tuhu? Should we rescue her from that crown? You look pretty happy about this, Tuhu. Is Artoria really handling this differently than usual? She sure is. Usually she stutters and fumbles for words for guilt and lack of confidence, but not this time. And now she's just like, ah! Ah! This is Londinium, a city that dreams of a proper future for Britain. The people she's talking to now aren't just hoping she'll keep them safe because they're only worried about themselves. She's seeing something much purer than that now. In fact, I bet she's actually proud to be the child of prophecy for the first time in her life. It's like her eyes have been clouded by everything she's seen all this time, and she's finally seeing it clearly. Mystic eyes, ooh. Special magical bullshit eyes, ooh. I'm sorry everyone kept you so long. I hope it wasn't too much of a bother. Giga Chad. No bother at all. They were all incredibly nice. You'll have to tell them I enjoyed my time immensely. And but on another note, Muramasa's the only one not here. Is he still talking to the townspeople? Hey, sorry I'm late. I had to take care of something. Turns out they do have a smithy here, but it's a damn shambles. I think it's in damn shambles. They got a great furnace, but only one guy who knows how to tend it worth a damn. Is that even grammatically correct? But only one guy who knows how to tend. What kind of fucking grammar is this? It should be, but only one guy who knows how to tend to it who's worth a damn. I fucking swear to God, if this streamer thing doesn't work out for me, maybe I'll go fucking tell Aniplex to hire me as a fucking spell checker, because goddamn, they can't keep getting away with this, man. Yeah, Grandpa being Grandpa. Do you have a smith here, or do you have a forge here? If Muramasa ever plays 7 Days to Die, the first thing he'll do is make a forge. Yeah, fucking QA, man. QA, QC, doko. Quality assurance, quality control, doko. Proofreaders? Is this fucking high school where nobody fucking proofreads anything? Fucking mod check? Grammar? Unofficial translations make less grammar mistakes. Yeah, because unofficial translations do it because of the passion. Not unlike these fucks who do it for the money. Or just because they're on a fucking payroll. Like, I'm sure, like, Jeremy and the other hamster, the others in the hamster squad, I'm sure they're doing their best. I'm not trying to blame all the quality control on them alone. It's mainly because of whoever the fuck they're doing to, whoever the fuck they're hiring to, like, do all that typesetting and shit like that. But, like, bro, at least they could look over it once themselves. Or, you know, maybe that's not within their pay grade, I guess. Make a fucking forge! Where's our anvil? And actually, if Muramasa plays 7 Days, he'd probably be pissed that he can't make a you can't make like an anvil or like the three items you gotta farm, or you gotta not farm, you gotta find in like loot spawns to be able to put into the forge, so you can have the forge running at maximum capacity or at maximum capability. Because I think in 7 Days the forge needs what, an anvil, crucible, and then advanced bellows, right? And you can't craft them yourself. Actually, no, can you? I feel like you can. Maybe not the anvil. Maybe advanced bellows I think you can craft, but not the anvil, and maybe not the crucible. I think you gotta find those, right? You gotta find those from like loot spawns or whatever. Maybe in like the working stiffs, the working stiff shops or whatever, the stores. Muramasa will be probably pissed about that. Why can't I build my own anvil? This game makes no sense. Can't believe people on payroll, on actual payroll, make worse translation. I mean, I see. I can believe it. Yeah, if you're only being paid to do something, like unless it's like unless you like if you're being not being if your pay is not very good, right? If the people who are doing if Aniplex is paying the people who are doing the typesetting like fuck all for a salary, then yeah, then they don't really have much of a reason to care, right? Or maybe it's just like people who just usually do this shit for a living and they don't really give a crap about like, you know, the source material or anything. Like if they don't have any like personal connections to Fate or FGO in general, FGO or Fate in general, then yeah, I guess they just don't give a shit. QA on translation is bad for Aniplex. Yeah, something with Aniplex and whatever the fuck they're doing. Like it's not usually this bad it's not this bad for all gacha games. So obviously no gacha game is perfect, but like, bro, like from what little I see from other like localized like gacha stories, like I don't see them making this many mistakes. Let's see. You ought to come take a look-see, Artoria. It's one hell of a fixer-upper. They got a ton of quartz crystals, too, so you can make all the glass stuff you want. Whoa, really? That sounds great. I'll definitely check it out. But not right now. Percival was just about to show us to the Round Table Army's war room. As a member of the Child of Prophecy's entourage, you are not to go off on your own like that anymore. Got it? The Child of Prophecy's entourage? Since when did you turn into Miss High and Mighty? You haven't even rung one damn bell yet. All that attention go to your head or something? Nah, that ain't it. It's Knocknaria, isn't it? It's Knocknaria, ain't it? Hey, I get it. It must be rough seeing your old frenemy living up as a queen. Then again, it's not like you two are working with the same kind of materials. It's a shame you're a little too lacking in sex appeal to be queen yourself. I heard that, Muramasa. Muramasa. I like how we censor ourselves too. And also, a couple of Castoria fan artists on Twitter would like to beg to differ. If you know, you know. Yes, you're right. Sorry, Artoria. Shouldn't have been running my mouth like that. Knocknaria's weird aura must have left a bigger impression on me than I realized. Hella Madge. Well, it's wonderful seeing you getting along so well, and I don't just mean the two of you. I mean everyone. Giga Chad. I was worried that the Child of Prophecy might be buckling under the weight of her incredible responsibilities, but it looks like I was worried for nothing. We could learn a lot from your example. Not at all. I'm the one who's learned a lot from the people of Londinium. I've been to plenty of different cities, and they all had various class differences and complaints about the queen. Even so, one thing they all had in common was a wish for them to save them from their situation. But the people of this town are different. They're also honest, and they don't depend on anyone else. Now that I've talked to them myself, I see that there are fairies standing up for humans, and humans standing up for fairies. They're not fighting just for themselves. They're standing up to the queen to make things better for everyone else. And I think that's exactly what a true knight of the Round Table should be. People who don't stand above or below one another, but who all stand side by side to help one another. I have no way of knowing what a true knight of the Round Table is supposed to be like. Giga Chad. But it's true that the Round Table Army isn't a resistance run solely by or for humans. We do want to change things for humans, but first we want to change all of Britain for the better. Giga Chad. We don't differentiate between humans and fairies. We're just people who share a dream for the future. Even I'm no more than one of many such people Lord Oberon assembled. Lord Oberon? Sus? Oberon? Wait a minute, you don't mean... No wonder you were so weirdly popular. That's right, Lord Oberon founded the Round Table Army. He saved me when I had nowhere else to go, removed the curse on Londinium, and carefully, quietly, traveled Britain in search of like-minded people. And he works himself to the bone to keep us funded. Though I've also heard he's earned a reputation as a notorious debtor throughout Britain. Giga Chad. A lot of soldiers are under the impression that I'm the Round Table Army's leader, but I believe that role belongs to Lord Oberon. Oh, come on, cut that out. I've told you before. All I did was invest in this operation. You're the Round Table Army's leader, Percival. You're the one who grew it to this size. All right, if you insist, Lord Oberon. Giga Chad. Let's just say that I managed to find all these wonderful allies through one person's dedicated efforts rather than, good fortune. Anyway, now that you're all more acclimated to... there goes my voice again. Yeah. Anyway, now that you're all more acclimated to Londinium, let me show you to our headquarters. Withholding information. Sausage. Unfortunately, it's the only place so far to be both well guarded and have a proper roof. Sorry about that. Hang on, Percival. What's this picture up on that wall? Picture? Oh, that's a mural that was painted during the Fey era. None of us really know much about it, though. What is this? What does this mural look like? Oh, that's not ominous at all. Is that 6 fairies dancing around a large beast? It almost looks like they're holding a festival. But I've never seen any beast like that in Britain before. Looks like looks like some kind of monster to me. Maybe a personification of the calamities. I don't know if I agree with that. The beast almost looks like it loves them. yeah, it loves them, sure. I think so too. You probably can't feel it because you're a proper human history heroic spirit, Muramasa, but this beast is definitely depicted as very loving. No British fairy would be afraid of this mural. If anything, I think it'd be seen as grand. Huh? Because I'm a proper human history heroic spirit. Grand, huh? I can't tell how it feels to Gareth and Habitrot since I'm not a fairy myself, but this wouldn't happen to be a religious painting, would it, Percival? Religious painting? I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means. Giga Chad. All I know is that this mural originally belonged to the fairies of Orkney, the Rain clan. It's said that a knight of Londinium brought it here from the ruins of Orkney, while Londinium was still being constructed. Apparently, it depicts the creation of Britain, and in old fairy language, it's known as the Abyssal Worm. Jump scare. Foreign god priestess jump scare. Is something wrong to who? Did you see someone suspicious over there? Giga Chad. Hey, Da Vinci, you said this was a religious painting, right? You think you mean you think it's a god? Yeah, it probably is. The 6 fairies shown here are obviously stand-ins for the 6 clans, probably the original forefathers. And whatever that big thing is, they're clearly worshipping it. That has to mean this creature stands above the fairies, which would make it a god. But the thing is, there are no gods in fairy Britain. Like I said, the Great Cathedral is only for show. I've been to almost every city in Britain looking for information, and I've never seen another mural like that. That's my point. This mural's been around since before Morgan's rule. Hell, it's been around since before Fairy Britain was even a thing. So it's depicting something from the Fey era, before it became the era of the High Queen. Wait, then does that mean Queen Morgan doesn't know about this mural? Nah, she must. It's probably no accident that it was left out of the history books. Once Morgan became queen, she wanted to be the only power the fairies believed in. So she erased the concept of godhood from Britain by pretending it never existed. That way, it could never pose a threat to her rule. It may just be that this mural holds part of the answer as to what causes the calamities, and why there are no gods in Britain. Too bad the only words on it are written in Old Farian. I can't make heads or tails of it. Can you read it, Oberon? Here, look. This part here definitely looks like writing. I'm sorry, but no. I can kind of read modern fairy language now, but this is beyond me. I guess the only people who can read this are in Camelot's administration. I see. Well, that's too bad. What about Habicat? What about Habitrot? What about her? She seems to know something. Oh, she seems to know some shit. How about we just ask her? Isn't she with us right now? The fuck? Where's Habicat when we need her? Gosh, I had no idea this picture was so important. I'm sorry I'm too uneducated to be of any help. Giga Chad. Still, if it's that important, I'll make arrangements to have it properly preserved right away, instead of leaving it exposed to the elements. I'll also look for historians and have them dig around to see if there are any other notable artifacts. If we're lucky, they might be able to turn up some other precious records. Good idea. Once we take over Norwich, we should have a lot more personnel to work with. Either way, we need to get to work on restoring Londinium, so the sooner we can put together a plan, the better. Uneducated? I mean, he did call himself a country boy, so... I'm sorry, did you just say, take over Norwich? Are we gonna go up against Spriggan then? I see no god up here other than me. Welcome to the war room, Giga Chad. We repurposed the room from the bell tower because it gives us a view of all of Londinium. Also, does Londinium also have a bell? Probably not, right? Otherwise, yeah, actually, does it have a bell? You know, does it have a bell? Because Percival just mentioned, yeah, the bell tower here. Does Londinium have a bell of its own? I guess we'll find out. We've also repurposed the rooms on the floor right below as guest rooms, so I hope you'll find them to your liking. Giga Chad. Is the hole in the roof part of the war room decoration? I mean, he did say that, like, most of the rooms here are, like, you know, pretty badly, are pretty, in pretty horrible shape, so it doesn't really surprise me. Are you serious about taking over Norwich? I thought the Round Table's army's only enemy was the Queen. What reason could you have to attack anywhere apart from Camelot? You're right. Normally, such a thing would be unthinkable for us, but we can't afford to ignore what's going on in Norwich. Your valiant efforts did lead to the destruction of the calamity at Norwich, but the instant the Child of Prophecy left Camelot, Spriggan petitioned the Queen for military aid. He claims that the residents of Norwich now support the Child of Prophecy and are now traitors to the crown. Giga Chad. He's using the Child of Prophecy as an excuse to massacre fairies and take back his land. We only learned about this yesterday from a secret correspondence sent by someone calling himself the Count. The Queen's forces will probably arrive at Norwich tonight. I doubt we have more than 2 days to spare. We've already put out a call for our comrades across the land to come back to Londinium. As soon as they're all here, we'll set out for Norwich. Our goal is to occupy Norwich's gate and take control of the city before Spriggan can have his citizens massacred. Giga Chad. Even if they paint us as barbaric invaders for doing so. I don't much like our chances at victory. Norwich's people are not going to be happy to see us. Most fairies just think of the Round Table army as a gang of militant humans. I doubt they'd see much difference between the Round Table army and Spriggan, really. A gang of human militants. Spriggan's a true capitalist. True. Those dirty capitalists. Bring me my vodka. But please, I don't want you all worrying about that. We're the ones who made this call. This isn't your battle to fight. You're just here to recover, after all. Giga Chad. You'll be safe in Londinium. Not even the Queen's magecraft can reach you here. To yeah, I guess you're right. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Alright, I understand. I've made up my mind too. Percival, you haven't once asked for my help, and neither did the people of Londinium. All you've done is encourage me and worry about me. You haven't demanded that I save you in return, or anything at all. You've only wished me luck. So, I'm gonna do my part too. Does this mean the Round Table army is now officially the Red Army? I can't ring Norwich's bell by myself. I'm going to need your help too. So please help me and show everyone that the Round Table Army isn't some gang of militant humans, but comrades of the Child of Prophecy who are just as intent on saving Britain as she is. It will be my genuine pleasure, Artoria. Thank you. Giga Chad. I can't say if this battle of ours will ultimately be for good or evil, but I can swear upon this land that we will do our best to make you proud. Yeah. Okay, so allow me to fill you in on the makeup of the Round Table Army. We have one company made up about 400 fairies and humans under my command that serves as our main military force. We also have 5 platoons of about 50 soldiers each. 2 of the platoons are led by 2 fairy knights who are part of the Queen's army, Auralia and Etole. I know that's French. I can't pronounce that. Etoe, well, whatever. I assume the L is silent. The other 3 are led by human knights, Kenwood, Landon, and Calwas. I'll introduce you to everyone later. We have another 5 squads that are made up of like-minded comrades, but they're still in training. Their instructor is Secretary Magare, or Magar, however I say that, whom you all met earlier. Londinium is also home to a large number of civilians, as you saw for yourselves. Giga Chad. They're the ones who handle construction, sewing, cooking, smithing, governance, and education. It's a lot of work for only 300 people, but they've all been doing a great job. Next, I should tell you about the city's reconstruction timetable and the amount of resources we'll need to procure each month in order to... Whoa! Hold on, Percival. Why don't you just tell me all that nitty-gritty? Why don't you tell me all that nitty-gritty stuff later? Right now, it's probably better if we just focus on the Norwich attack. I mean, see for yourself. Smile. See, they hit their limits a while ago. You have to understand that it's only been the 8 of us for a while now. So you really need to ease them to discussions involving the best use of thousands of personnel. You know. You're right. I'm so sorry. Giga Chad. I was just so touched by what Lady Artoria said that I didn't realize I was running my mouth. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. No, that's okay. I get pretty rambly when I'm happy too. But you could just call me, or could you just call me Artoria like you did before? I don't think I'm ready for lady yet. Of course, Artoria. All right. Let me try this again then. Giga Chad. We plan on sending half of my company and 3 of our platoons to Norwich, so about 400 soldiers in total. In the meantime, the Count has gathered a group of anti-Queen, well, anti-Spriggan, really, MPs and residents in Norwich who are also willing to fight. I'm told they number about 400 as well. So between ourselves and the Count's forces, we should have about 800 soldiers. Giga Chad. That's what we'll have. That's what we'll have to defeat the troops the Queen sends from Camelot with, and to help you reach the bell tower in Spriggan, and to help you reach the bell tower in Spriggan's castle. 800, huh? Ain't much if you ain't hoping to take the control of both the city and Spriggan's castle. Not to mention we'll be up against fairies while half our soldiers are human. You're not worried we might be outclassed? No, I'm not. The Round Table Army uses weapons and tactics that are optimized for fighting fairies. I have complete faith in our ability to make up for the difference in power. However, Spriggan's vault castle, as he calls it, will be too much for us to handle. It's an impregnable iron tower that neither human nor fairy can possibly break through. So, I'd like to ask for your help in infiltrating it. Giga Chad. 2. Lord Oberon has told me about your magecraft. He says that you're capable of summoning warriors in battle that can easily defeat an entire platoon. We won't be able to break through the vault's castle gate by sheer force. Our only hope is for a small team to sneak inside and open it from within. It will be a dangerous mission, but will you be willing to accept it? Perfect emote, yep. Into the IAA land and Weave's army march, comrades. God, that emote is so long, but you know, it's the perfect emote for this. Rise, fellow Weaves, we shall march to Norwich, Desu. Ikuzo! March, comrades, into the Ayaya land, even though we're in Britain. Time to free Norwich from the capitalists, from the dirty capitalists. Thank you, Tuhu. With you and Artoria helping, I think we now have a real chance of victory. The platoons we have out on patrol in the south right now will be back by evening. Once they arrive, we'll set out for Norwich. Ideally, we should be able to arrive under the cover of night and take control of the city before Spriggan can react. Giga Chad. I hope you don't mind that I'll be leading the charge once we arrive, Artoria. Not at all. This is your army. You should be the one giving orders. Alright, I'll go plan our attack with this new development in mind. The Count was kind enough to enclose a map with his letter. That should help us secure a route inside. I expect we'll be leaving in about 3 hours. Until then, take some time to relax. Giga Chad. Gotcha. I'll go pay the textile workshop a visit then. That pile of unused cloth scraps was downright obscene. I know the weavers must be busy, but you could make so many cute clothes for the children with all that. So I'm gonna go help them out and prove how just dependable old Habitat can be. As for me, I consider myself your apprentice now, Percival. So I'd love if you could give me some more lessons on how to improve my lance skills. Of course, though I'm afraid I can only spare the time until the strategy outline comes in. Giga Chad. I'm gonna go give the kids at the smithy some pointers. As far as I can tell, this whole city's only got one decent blacksmith and a bunch of apprentices. I guess I better go put on some overtime since I can't help much with the battle. Is there anything you'd like me to look into? Percival? Yes. I'd like you to see what's happening in Oxford. Woodwose is the most likely of all the clan heads to lose patience first. So after Norwich, I'm guessing he'll be our next major threat. Giga Chad. I'm inclined to agree. Yes. I'll talk to Aurora as well, see if she can keep him occupied for us. Aurora? But I thought she only has a self-defense force, not an army. Armies are just one of the tools for fighting a war, Da Vinci. You see, Woodwose has had kind of a thing for Aurora lately. So if the woman he wants so much but hasn't given him the time of day suddenly wanted to see him... I'm not toying with anyone. If anything, I'm helping him. Woodwose has never been lucky in love, so thanks to me, he'll finally get the date he's been dreaming of. Yeah, I haven't even met this Woodwose guy. I can't help but feel kind of sorry for him. Alright, I'm gonna fly over to Salisbury. If all goes well, I'll see you guys again in Norwich. Okay, I'm gonna go introduce myself to Secretary Magare. What are you gonna do to Artoria? Toying with the shrimp's feelings? He's a shrimp. Death, or not death. That'd be a little extreme. But, you know. Fuck all the shrimps. All the shrimps. Especially his kind. The shrimps. I'm gonna go take Percival up on his kind offer and go take a nap in the room below. It looks like we have a long nighttime march ahead of us, so I need to rest up while I can. Oh yeah, last I saw, the kids were packed so tightly around him in the town square he could barely move. I imagine you could use some help right about now. Okay then, everyone, please meet back here in 3 hours. Our assault on Norwich begins at sunset. Giga Chad. Giga Chad. More small bells. Alright, just 9 more small bells until I can work on all of Artorias's or Castorias's what is it? Castorias's stuff. And another small bell from our daily logins. Cool. There we go. Okay, how long is this chapter? 5? Let's see. How many battles are there as well? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Alright. I think this will be the last chapter I read for today, so let's get this started. Or let's finish this off on a high note. And hopefully it'll only take me like 1 more hour. I was born on a human ranch and raised in Salisbury, along with a number of other children. They probably needed more humans to fight against the Moors. Giga Chad. They treated us all very well, actually. They didn't just provide us with food, clothing, and shelter. They also built a school for us to attend. I remember how much that surprised me, since I'd always heard that any humans who leave a ranch would never be free. But that's why I never had any animosity towards fairies. It's thanks to them that I grew up big and strong, and eventually got this spear. However, I still know very little about the fairy who took me in, though. That's probably because they raised a lot of human children, not just me. Around the time I became a full-fledged soldier, I heard that the fairy who had taken us all in from the ranch passed away, actually. Shortly afterwards, the rearing house where our school had been was shut down, and I put Salisbury behind me. After that, I dedicated myself to combat training until I took on an escort job in a small forest village. Giga Chad. I was told that I should enter the next joust in Camelot, and even got a letter of recommendation. I heard about that. That was the Robin Redbreast tournament they held 5 years ago. So you were the human knight who made it all the way to the finals? That's amazing. Yes, I was quite lucky to make it to the end, though I had a very poor showing in the finals. Still, I'm glad I was able to speak with Queen Morgan directly. It gave me the resolve I needed to make up my mind. Talking to her made it clear that she sees humans and fairies both as no more than tools. She's perfectly satisfied with the current state of Britain and has no intention of changing it. Giga Chad. Once I saw that for myself, I ultimately decided to make an organization that would help the Child of Prophecy once she appeared. Huh, no kidding. So this whole rebel army thing was originally your idea. Was it Oberon who came up with the idea of making it into a roundtable army then? Yeah, actually it was. My comrades and I were protecting a merchant caravan from Moors attacks one day when Lord Oberon came up to me and said, You'll never get anywhere like that, Percival. If you keep this up, your white light will rust." From then on, he began managing us himself, and before I knew it, our rebel army had become the round table army. Yeah, Oberon sausage. Gotcha. So, what's this white light of yours anyway? You're only human, so if you're defeating fairies with it, it must be a pretty impressive technique. Oh, it's not a technique. White light is actually my spear here. It's the Spear of Selection, one of Ash's weapons. The fairy who took me in gave it to me, actually. Apparently, it's a holy spear that only responds to one without sin, and no fairy can use it. Habitrod's like, interesting. I'm not sure, but I think they're at least a little different. I mean, one's a spear and one's a staff, for starters. I do sense something similar about them, but the spear feels, well, empty? I can tell it's an amazing weapon, but it also seems like it's not chosen anymore. I'd agree with that, actually. I sense the same thing whenever I hold it. It feels like a piercing wave of regret and profound grief over a past failure. Giga Chad. The spear's inner lamentations well up every time I swing it, and they leave behind trails of magic light like tears. That's why it came to be known as the White Light. This spear is no longer meant for saving fairies. Now, it only exists to kill them. That's not how it was originally supposed to be used, but that also means it's the only weapon out there able to stand up to the Tamlin. Giga Chad. But if it is true that only one without sin can wield it, I expect there will be a time when I won't be able to wield it anymore. That's not true, Percival. You're a wonderful person. You protect the weak, and you never act only out of self-interest. You're the ideal knight. You could never be seen as a sinner. If I tried to use that spear, I'd be rejected before I could even touch it for the sin of being too weak. Don't be silly, Gareth. You know there's no such sin. Dawn is approaching, Percival. It was a difficult march, but we made it in time. Shall we deploy the troops once we cross the next hill? Please do. I'm putting Landon in charge of the company while I'm gone. I'd like you and him to remain on standby for 1 hour. The Child of Prophecy and I will go ahead and make our way into Norwich using the route through the sewage system the Count opened for us. Once we're inside Norwich, we'll rendezvous with the anti-Spriggan faction. After that, we'll start a riot in the city and take advantage of the confusion to open the main gate from the inside. Once it's open, I want your troops to neutralize those Queen soldiers on the ramparts. In the meantime, we'll take Landon's troops and split up to take out the Queen soldiers occupying Norwich itself. Giga Chad. Once the enemy forces have been neutralized, we'll surround the Vault Castle. Understood. Please be careful out there, Commander. That goes for you too, Aurelia. I'm sorry to ask so much of you again. That's okay. I'm used to it. Child of Prophecy, please look after Percival. What section are we on right now? Chapter 12. Where we just started chapter 12. This is the first arrow. There you have it. From here on, we'll be on our own. Our goal is to infiltrate Norwich while it's still dark and create a distraction. Please make sure you're thoroughly prepared to. This is probably going to be a long battle. Giga Chad. Time to incite rebellion, yes. Humans and fairies of the world, unite! Throw off your shackles! Something, 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 Karl Marx, something, something. Hey, you're right on time, too. Well, of course, son. I invited you, didn't I? I'll go wherever I have to, be it the sewers or the morgue. Now, let's see who else we've got here. Mr. Vinci, Muramasi, Garanti, Habitrot, and... Oh my! What have we have here? An enemy? An enemy? An enemy? Where? Save me, Percy! Save me! Percy? Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I just got a little excited since I've never seen anyone like him before. Welcome to Norwich's sewer system. I take it you're Percy of the Round Table Army. I'm Count Pepperona, but please call me Count. Pepperona? Did he change his name again? Oh, so you're the Count. My apologies. I thought you were a night call at first. Oof. 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 Will Pepe in shambles? Will he ever recover? Oh no, he's hot. It's a pleasure to meet you, Count. Yes, I am Percival of the Round Table Army. Giga Chad. Thank you for telling me about this crisis in Norwich. Not at all, hon. If anything, I should be thanking you guys for handling the bloody parts for me. Huh, I just noticed one of you is missing. What happened to him, Tuhu? Wait a minute, who? Oberon? He's not the sort to be on the battlefield. He's all about having the right people for the right job. No, I'm talking about that peppy friend of yours, Reader Bitty. Reader Bit stayed behind on Londinium. He said he wasn't going to come along if he can't pull the carriage. Oh, I see. That was smart of him. Aurora must have taught him well. Okay then, let me show you the way. Once we reach the surface, I'm going to have you all split up into 2 teams. Team B will draw the Queen's soldiers away from the main road, and Team C will unlock the main gate from the inside. Artoria, Muramasi, you 2 will be Team B. Percival, Garethi, and Habitrot, you 3 will be Team C. Tuhu, I want you and Da Vinci to support both teams. We're seriously outnumbered here, so you'll need to hustle to ensure both teams have as much servant power as they need. You can handle that, right? This is hardly your first rodeo, after all. Can't believe he's a crypter though. Oh yeah, there's no team A because there's no team A because ha. The crypters are team A. I see what he did there. You're right. We'll have to remedy that someday. Once you're a real master in the true sense of the word, you, me, Keda can all be team A together. I can't wait. Oh boy, death flag. Nice knowing you, Pepe. Nice fucking knowing you. Death flag. All right, when's Pepe dying? Spill it. Spill the beans now. Spill the beans now, I guess. Fucking rest in pieces. You will be missed, Pepe. And Wodime, right? Clueless. Yeah, surely Wodime survived with half his body missing. Understood. Shall we? Giga Chad. Oh yes, it's time Spriggan finally got what's coming to him. Why is Chad all silent right now?
Lord Spriggan, the Round Table army has begun attacking the main gate.
You don't say. The round table army isn't like the other rebels. They are, in fact, a proper army. They would never launch a frontal assault on our gate with only 300 soldiers, which must mean...
Lord Spriggan, the Queen's soldiers are reporting that the Norvichians have begun an armed uprising throughout the city. They say they're rising up against the Queen's unjust rule, and there have also been reports of
the child of prophecy there among them.
Yes, sir. She has the townspeople so inspired that the Queen's soldiers are having a hard time fending him off.
Now that's more like it.
Lord Spriggan, please stay with us, sir. We need you to give our soldiers
Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm. Tell our soldiers this. Defend your posts until the Queen's army has been neutralized, after which you are to either surrender or retreat to the Bald Castle. Focus all your efforts on defense, and avoid harming civilians wherever possible. Got that? Remember, only the Queen's soldiers should be fighting the child of prophecy. Tell our soldiers that their only concern should be defending Norwich. Oh, and tell the guards stationed at the bell tower to stand down. I'll go greet our guests myself.
Yes, sir.
All right, Tuhu of Chaldea. Let's see what you can do. I hope you've got what it takes, because everything is riding on your shoulders. If the child of prophecy really does have a shot at victory, she may not be such a bad investment after all. Besides, I was getting fed up with pulling the wool over these damn fairies' eyes. K-Kona versus K-Comrade. K-Kona. Okay, now we get to set up our team here.
Oh, excuse me.
Surprise, fairies! Your queen is here, and she's about to kick your ass. Let's see. I actually think here I'm just going to take out these fairies the old-fashioned way.
God, the audio delay. Holy fuck.
Oh, sorry about that. Couldn't hold that one in. Let's see. Oh, these aren't wave based? Oh no, they are. They are still wave based. Or at least I'm pretty sure they are. Actually, now that I think about it, I completely forgot that Coin Sky has her own offensive ult. I could have just given ult star rail NP. I could just given my Coin Sky her own K scope. That way she would have been able to get rid of the first wave for me. Ooh, not quite. All right, now time to go ham. She just so happens to look like a high queen. Dress is the same as her too. Coin Sky dispensing democracy, yes. Good old fashioned freedom, America. You are in need of sleep? Yeah, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night total. I think I went to sleep at like what 7 or 8 this morning and woke up at just before midnight, just before noon. So yeah. Somehow I'm hanging in there though. It's mainly all this voice acting that's got me super tired, to be honest. Anyways, gotta fight this guy now. Let's see. I could try popping crit stars and see if let's see, Morgan can let's see, do this. Of course, Morgan's arts card is the one to not fucking get any crit stars. Of fucking course. Whatever. Just gonna save Morgan's third skill for next turn in case I need it. Yep. And like I thought, she didn't crit. Yeah, now she crits with her arts card. Now she does. Scale of fantasy. Gimme. Alright, that takes care of most of them. We can handle the rest. Go on ahead to the gate, Tuhu. Percival needs your help now, not us. Please watch Garrett's back too, Tuhu. She has a bad habit of being reckless. And this knight's a rebel. Arrest him. Okay, more or less the same thing. Yeah. So in this case, I can actually just give my God damn it! Why does it have to? Why does it fucking force me to do this shit? Do this shit again? God fucking damn it! So yeah, I'll give Coin Sky her own K-scope here. Staring at Garrett's back, sure can do. No problems with me. Let's see, for this, I actually think I'm gonna do this. Generate some quick stars here. Hey, 30 crit stars. Let's see. I think I'll use one of my Coin Skies as second skills here. Yeah, this is perfect. So we'll do boom, boom, and I mean Morgan doesn't really need to do that, or she doesn't need to, but I guess I'll do it just to guarantee the kill. There we go. And now we can go ham. You prefer bodysuit Coin Sky or goddess form Coin Sky? Well, goddess form, obviously, because that's what I have her on right now. I can't resist the halo, the literal fucking halo of guns behind her head. So, though I do think that the hat is a little bit tacky, though. It's like, why do you have a hat?
次の戦場に案内してください。まだまだ打ち足りません。
Ooh, another scale of fantasy. Nice. I ran out of what is it? I actually ran out of AP to do this. All right, chat, we're done for tonight. Go home. Okay. I have a report from the captain, from Captain Landon, sir. They've taken full control of the South District. I have a you can tell I'm tired because I can't speak anymore. I can't talk coherently anymore. I have a report from Captain Aurelia as well. The Queen's soldiers near the main gate have retreated after losing 20% of their force. Great work. Now go do the same for the North District. We're gonna go ahead to the Vault Castle. Giga Chad. Take anyone who surrenders into custody and have Aurelia's squad look after them. Yes, sir. Understood. Oh, God. This is a lot harder than I thought it'd be. Gareth, Habitry, you two stay here. Marmasa, Artoria, Da Vinci, and Tuhu. The five of us will infiltrate the Vault Castle. I trust that's okay with you? Okay, just try and stop me. You've been waiting to smack the smug out of Spriggan for a while now. My, still so fiery, I see. Now I'm really glad I went to the trouble of securing that route in for you. None of the Queen's soldiers are stationed in the Vault Castle. Once you get past Spriggan's guards, then... Wait a second, the front door is open? I'm not sensing any soldiers in there either. It looks like the path to the bell tower is all clear. Probably yes, but not for us. This trap is only for Artoria, the Child of Prophecy, and Queen Morgan. Spriggan really is a sly old fox, isn't he? He's just handing the bell over to us. Makes sense though. He gains nothing by trying to protect it at this point. He must be trying to surrender without defying the Queen. He wants to be able to deny any involvement in ringing the bell. Well, this is a surprise. Giga Chad. I thought we'd never be able to take control of Norwich without ringing the bell. But if Spriggan has pulled his soldiers back, he must not have any intention of fighting. That means our battle to occupy Norwich is over. We no longer have to ring the bell to win. That said, whether we go ring it now or not is up to the Child of Prophecy. If she does, it will be a declaration of war. There will be no going back. I hate to play into Spriggan's hands, but I doubt we'll get another opportunity like this. Let's go. Bell or no bell, Spriggan is still inside. Between him just letting the calamity happen and the stunt he's trying to pull now, I just can't let him go. Or I can't just let him go. I want to know exactly what the head of the Earth Clan was thinking when he made those decisions. Huh. We didn't run to a single soldier on our way up here, let alone Spriggan himself. I got a hell of a bad feeling about this. Chills even. But be careful. Chills even. Be careful. There's something here. Capless, where are you? Capless. I smell paradise. I hear Avalon. I see. So you finally come. There, magical energy is collecting on the ceiling. This density. It's a night call. Giga Chad. The one who saves us shall be Britain's undoing. Curse my dead body. I will gladly give my soul for the Earth Clan. In exchange for your abominable body. Capitalists? More like crapitalists. Oh. Oh, God. Alright, so instead of Morgan here, we will finally use somebody else. I wonder if I have a... Actually, I don't think I have any archers left, so... So let's see. What kinds of single target buster servants do I have left to me? I've got... Let's see. King Hassan... Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Because who else is a single target buster here? Because this guy's a saber. Jalter, true. I could try using Jalter here. Oh, God. Okay, I guess I'm using Jalter. Man, even with double coin Skya buffs, she still Jalter still couldn't one-shot the Spriggan on his own. Alright, good. Waits his turns. Defense buffs are pretty strong. Oh, okay, I see. So that means now that he doesn't have his defense buffs, it should do a lot more damage. Huh? No, I mean, he didn't have any defense buffs there. That didn't do a whole ton of damage. Yeah, because they're not defense buffs. They're just defense buffs. They're just damage cut. So that's not the same as a defense buff. It's gone. That night call must have been here for a very long time. Giga Chad. Didn't exactly go peacefully, though. Hope you're at least resting now, old one. Anyway, that seems to take care of the last obstacle in our path. All that's left to do now is ring the bell. Well done indeed. I must thank you for finally reading the bell tower of the ghost that's been haunting it for the last century. Now that is what they call a swift resolution. It's the finest thing I've seen since I first set foot on Fairy Britain. Once again, your power leaves me at a loss for words. All right, let's see what Spriggan's deal is. Is he here to negotiate? Or is he here to call for a bargain? That was Stevens. Yeah, I mean they do use the same emblem, the same symbol after all. Oh, why are you glaring at me like that? The battle is over. Your round table army has defeated the Queen's soldiers. Norwich is now free of the Queen's oppressive regime, and it's all thanks to you. I, Norwich's own lord, couldn't be happy about this turn of events. What do you say? Shall we toast your victory? Ah, but where are my manners? Where are my manners? Apologies for my lack of consideration. If you wish to leave, by all means, go right ahead. My soldiers would gladly clear the way for you. We were told you were the one who called the Queen's army here in the first place. Gigachad. How can you do that and still claim to be innocent? Yes, I did make a report to Her Majesty. The calamity caused a great deal of damage, so I requested she send soldiers to help with the restoration efforts. Any responsible lord would have done the same. Unfortunately, it seems there were some bad apples among the Queen's soldiers who thought to treat our more rebellious citizens quite brutally. But once again, your timely intervention prevented any of my citizens from coming to harm. For that, I owe you my thanks. So, that's what you're going with? The royal army's attempted purge of any hint of rebellion had nothing to do with you, huh? Okay, that's fine. At this point, there's no way we can prove it one way or another. But what's your game plan now? Norwich has fallen, and your citizens are sick of you. Do you really have time to be hanging out here chatting with us? Don't be ridiculous, Leonardo da Vinci. I must say, for such a great mind as yours, that was simply uncalled for. True, Norwich may have fallen, but that is a temporary situation at worst. Since the child of prophecy is leading the Round Table army, you must only be here for the spell. I very much doubt that you have occupied Norwich with the intention of keeping it for yourselves. Well, I suppose you may be considering using it for the Round Table Army's base of operations, but as you've just ably proven, Norwich is quite vulnerable to invasion. Of course, if you want it to end razed to the ground for treason like Sheffield, far be it from me to stop you. Why, you little... Now, don't bother. No sense letting this one work you up. And trying to hold him accountable for his crimes would only be an even bigger waste of time. He doesn't believe he's done anything wrong in any case. Oberon? When did you get here? Just now. Luckily, my trick with the restaurant worked like a charm. I'm glad to see you've all wrapped things up here nice and neat. I knew you could do it, Percival. But you've done a pretty poor job of the aftermath. If you were going to kill Spriggan, it should have been during the chaos of battle. Now it's too late. It would be one thing if you wanted to get rid of Norwich, but you'd never do that, would you? Oh, do you need me to explain it to you, foreign mage? Don't bother, I'll sum it up. Spriggan's demonstrated his neutrality to his citizens, thereby fulfilling his role as their lord. As a result, the fairies of Norwich still recognize him as their leader. So they definitely won't be happy if you kill him now. And if you kill him now that he's shown he's open to peaceful discussion. And that's not all. While Norwich's artisans may all hate Spriggan, the other residents who use the artisans' services consider him indispensable. Remember how I said that Norwich is on the verge of becoming a human city? Spriggan's policies are essential for fairies who want to maximize their profits above all else. That's what makes him so tricky to deal with. Sure, half of Norwich hates him, but the other half supports him. So you can't just kill him without a very good reason. It would make us public enemies. And not only that, without Spriggan to negotiate with the Queen, she would declare it a rebel stronghold and just take it over herself. And since we can't protect the city, letting that happen would essentially destroy Norwich. Gigachad. And there you have it. To kill a ruler is effectively to kill the nation as well. If what you want is to destroy Norwich, by all means, go ahead and execute me. You're not bluffing, are you? You really do mean that. You don't care about the safety of the Earth Clan, and you have no wish to keep Norwich safe. But you also apparently don't care if you live or die. I don't get it. Your actions seem so purposeless and incomprehensible. It's almost as if you're... That's right, human. You're no fairy, Spriggan. You're what they call a changeling, someone who drifted here from proper human history, aren't you? Because yeah, he did say once I set foot here on Fairy Britain, so. A human clan head? But that's impossible. There's no way he could keep an act like that for so long. Giga Chad. Fairies distinguish between other fairies and humans by scent, magical energy, and appearance. No fairy is exactly like any other, so as long as someone could meet the right criteria, they could definitely pass as a human-looking fairy. For scent, they just need to make a cologne that approximates, how a fairy smells. Their comparative lack of magical energy they have could be disguised with a mystic code. And as for their appearance, humans can have their extremities surgically modified without many negative side effects, so that's no big surprise. What I want to know is how you solve the aging problem. You've been Norwich's lord for 100 years now, and makeup can only do so much to make you look younger. I'm afraid to ask what you look like under all that. I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. However, let's say for the sake of argument, that I came from the same world as Lady Tuhu there. If I did, surely you can imagine something I might want. I have no attachment to Britain, the fairies, or the Queen, nor can I go back to my old home at this point. Indeed, I can never go back to being John Smith the human, even if I wanted to. No, all I care about is... That's not exactly right, but you're not far off either. Personally, I don't care who sits on the throne. Queen, child of prophecy, whoever. It's all the same to me. All I care about is keeping this Voidcaster safe, as my role as the Lord of Norwich is only a means to that end. One of the tricks to survival is serving someone stronger than you. Right now, that means working for the Queen, but depending on what you do next, that could easily change. You see, he's the most annoying kind of person to deal with. He's neither friend nor foe. But never mind him, Norwich never had much in the way of a military. Once we ring that bell, we won't need to come back here again. Spriggan's private soldiers are just that, private soldiers. I can't imagine they'd ever be a threat to the Round Table Army. Right you are. Now do you understand what makes me tick? If you think I'm not worth killing, that's fine with me. Very well then, this jester will go ahead and remove himself to the corner. If you wish to ring the bell pilgrimage, please be my guest. Still, I will say that, jester or not, I do have hopes and dreams of my own. I doubt I have much longer to live, so I hope I'll get to see the Child of Prophecy defeat the Queen before my time is up. It's just business, Corpa. Okay, well, now that that's settled, let's get to the main event. Are you ready to do this, Artoria? Salisbury, Gloucester, Norwich, and Londinium. Salisbury, the city of wind, where humans and fairies coexist. Gloucester, the city of flowers that glitters bright but hollow. Norwich, the city of smiths, where all kinds of fairies and humans compete, swindle, and help one another. And Londinium, the city of ruins, where everyone smiles and cares for others, despite all the pain and loss they've suffered. 16 years, the time I spent as a child of prophecy in Tentagle. It's not about the money, too. It's about sending a message. Okay, I'm going to ring the bell. Don't worry, I already know how. Stand back, everyone. I like how the cutscene just uses her own default sprite. Or her default art. It's not really a sprite, it's just her art. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea, you who were born to be selected, to decide the fate of this land, and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins. Ding donk, ding donk, ding donk, ding donk, ding donk. Hell yeah, give me some bells, please. Yeah. Where are my small bells? Is it noon already? Seems a bit early for that. Maybe it's not the usual cathedral bell? I wonder what it is then. It sounds weirdly happy and sad at the same time.
My chest feels tight. My chest feels tight. I'm sure it does. What a nostalgic sound. Is that a bell of pilgrimage, Lady Aurora? Yes, it is. It must be Norwich's bell, meaning that the Earth Clan has accepted her. I guess it looks like your plan worked, Oberon, though I do feel a little bad about tricking Woodwoes. Congratulations, Artoria. Thank you, Tuhu. Now, at long last, we can finally take the next steps forward.
Chest? What chest? Got him.
This sound, it feels like it's ringing out across all of Britain. And this frequency, it doesn't sound like joy so much as... Aha, now I see. So that's what they meant by pilgrimage. There's the first one. What a relief. It's about time she did something worthy of the child of prophecy. I was more than a little worried when she accepted the Queen's invitation to Camelot. But now, the war will finally begin. I can't wait. Can you, Koinskaya? Her Majesty the Queen versus the Child of Prophecy, the Tamlin versus the Round Table Army. I wonder who's gonna drop out first. I wonder who's gonna have the last laugh. Who would you bet on, Koinskaya? Oh, maybe you put your money on Chaldea, the real dark horse? Oh, please. Chaldea can't possibly win, not even a player in this game. But having said that, in your case, betting on Chaldea may not be such a bad idea. Fairy Britain's market value is about to tank after all. The real Corpa. The real Wolf of Wall Street. Corpa. Stonk's going down, Corpa. Time to pull out. So, if you know what's coming, maybe you should consider a different possibility? Don't be ridiculous. There's no way I'm getting out of this game after all the trouble I went to set up the pieces. Oh yes, just you wait, Koinskaya. I'm gonna make things right, no matter what happens. Lady Murian. Oh, you. Skizzo, the bells. I can hear the bells, Skizzo. Huh, so that's what a bell of pilgrimage sounds like. It doesn't do much for my soul. Well, it's good Norwich is out of the picture. About time she finally got serious. Anyone worthy to be my rival, should have no trouble at all ringing a bell or two. Wait, if that's what you're gonna say, how about you ring some bells of your own, bitch? The Fox of Gurako Street. What an ominous sound. Is that one of the bells of pilgrimage? What happened to the soldiers we sent to Norwich? What is Lord Spriggan saying about this? It's a child of prophecy. She banded allied... Oh, there's supposed to be an and there, but they forgot it. She banded and allied with the Round Table Army and invaded Norwich. What was Woodwose doing? How could he let the Round Table Army make a move while he was in Oxford? Beryl Gut was right. We should have captured and killed her while we had a chance. Order! Order! 30 ambassadors, 100 officials, close your mouths. High Queen Morgan is about to speak. Hear her words and obey. A bell of pilgrimage has been rung. Send word to every lord and fairy in the land. The child of prophecy is no longer my subject. I name her an enemy of the state. All who offer her aid of any sort shall be branded the same. Fairy Britain abides no enemy. It crushes them without mercy.
I command Woodwose, Lord of Oxford, to begin an attack on Londinium. I shall weigh his success in this battle against his transgression in permitting this advance on Norwich when determining his punishment. There is no place for the child of prophecy in my fairy Britain. Oh, the High Queen's made a decision. That accursed child of prophecy is good as dead now. War. There's going to be a war. Oh, I can't wait. This is going to be so much fun. I've been bored out of my mind these last 100 years. Now I'll get to hear the lower class fairies writhing in agony again. Thank you, child of prophecy. Thank you, our round table army. Thank you for starting a bloodbath. War wokage. No sooner did they see preparations for war being made than they scurry off to their homes. 2,000 years, and the fairies are still just as fickle and bloodthirsty as ever. Portune, awaken, Knight Portune, if that's how I say that name. Yes, High Queen. Guard Knight Portune, at your service. It's an honor to have been freed from the chessboard. 200 years since I last saw you have done nothing. 200 years since I last saw you have done nothing to diminish your Majesty's beauty. Never mind the formalities. Here, drink this. This water will grant you memories of all that has transpired in the last 200 years. Very well then, if I may. Now I understand. The child of prophecy. I'm sorry my clan head's prophecy has become such a headache for you, High Queen. Speaking of which, where are my fellow Mirror Clan fairies? Who replaced Einzel as their head? The Mirror Clan is gone. You are the last of their kind, Portune. I see. What an ironic twist of fate. I parted ways with Einzel to serve your majesty as a knight, and thanks to that, I'm still alive today. That is surely the optimal future you once saw. Your choice was the correct one. It is why you are alive today. Now, you will once again make use of your prognostication. You will accompany Tamlin Gawain and Tamlin Lancelot as their advisor. And if, by some chance, worse should come to worst, I trust you know what to do. Yes, High Queen, we Guard Knights are fully aware of your wishes. You would like the Tamlin to go to Oxford to assist with the attack on Londinium, yes? Have you gone soft in the head? Woodwose needs no help with Londinium. I have another mission for the Tamlin. There is someone else who has been a thorn in my side for too long. The attack on Londinium is merely a sideshow. Huh? What's going on? Why am I glowing so much? She must be burning up. Water. We need water. Da Vinci, can't you whip up some fast-acting coolant or something? Grown-up me might have been able to, but me? No way. Well, she seems fine. Yeah, SSJ Artoria, yeah. Wow, sorry for panicking there. The prophecy never said anything about that. That aside. Yeah, I can tell. This is really... Yeah, this really is. Why are you all staring at me like that? You're making me really nervous. Did I do something wrong? No, you did something very right. Artoria, did you just get crazy strong? Plot twist. Small bells. Yes, gimme. Nice. All right, and we were able to knock out the first 3 chapters of part 2. Very good. And we have this fucking random ass fragment chapter that we have to fucking get through, but yeah, well. Oh, excuse me. Oh god, fucking chapter 13 is gonna be is gonna be a bitch. Ugh. God fucking damn it. Okay. More bells. Yep, more bells. Starting from the 10th, you guys will be able to farm all the bells you guys want. Oh, God. Blushing cat story keeps reminding me of some of the scenes from some of the H scenes from the original Fate Stay Night. I mean, it probably is on purpose, right? God, I'm tired. Oh God, almost fucking yanked my mic down. Oh God, that's tiring. How many hours did I do Audiobook Simulator for tonight again? Jesus. God, my fucking hands feel numb with how tired I am. God, you can tell I'm a fucking introvert because just talking for hours on end fucking tires me out, man. I don't know how the fuck other streamers do it, man. Like, how the fuck do people stay up for 24 hours just talking the entire time? I can never become a VTuber, man. Yeah, only 500 chapters more to go. Woohoo! As a story so far, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like, unfortunately, nothing so far seems like nothing like stands out. It's just solid. It's just solid writing so far. Well, except for a couple things, but you know, like no chapter is perfect, so it's like whatever. Time to give her voice some rest. Yeah, time for me to go fucking eat something too. Oh God, I'm so hungry. But yeah. I'm gonna get out of here, chat. I'm not gonna bother rating anybody. I'm just gonna let you guys go. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, boys. Tomorrow should be more of the same stuff. Actually, tomorrow I think I'm gonna do Genshin instead of Star Rail because I need to 100% Sumeru before Fontaine shows up. And now that we know Fontaine's here, like we now have basically I have 6 weeks to Fontaine coming out, so I want to be able to 100% Fontaine or not Fontaine Sumeru before Fontaine comes out. So tomorrow Genshin. Tomorrow I'm gonna play Genshin, and then we'll do more Audiobook Simulator like I did today. So hope you guys are okay with that. But yeah, good news. I have started clipping out the Audiobook Simulator segments. I actually did that earlier yesterday, but I had to leave it alone because since it was like obviously the VODs are really long, they need time to process on YouTube. So yeah, I believe the first part of the Lost Belt 6 Simulator stream, the first one that I did should be ready to go. So I'll make that public. I'll schedule that to go public or go live tomorrow, or yeah, tomorrow morning, I guess. So yeah, I'll slowly start throwing up the audiobook streams from now on, so that you guys can see it and go back to it. I guess if you ever want to fucking listen back to it for whatever reason. So, anyways, that's all I got. Thanks for hanging out, boys. Thanks for listening to my shitty voice acting for like the past 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, we will see you guys tomorrow. Peace, guys.